Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session on Microsoft Intune. Microsoft Intune is a secure cloud service that enables mobile device management and mobile application management. With Intune, you can manage how devices are used and enforce policies that allow you to control applications. Intune is an advanced cloud based service that integrates with other Microsoft services to provide comprehensive management of mobile devices. In this session, we'll learn about Intune and its properties. So, without further wait, let's get started with this session.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
So I was talking about the basics of the cloud services. So let's start this session with very basics. It may be a kind of the revision for most of you, and it may be a new concept for the users who are new towards the cloud services. So let's first talk about that. What is a cloud? Cloud is a hosted service, and the services managed by a provider. It can be Microsoft, it can be Amazon, like Amazon Web Services, or it can be any provider. So it's a hosted service, and this hosted service provides the access to different applications, different servers, and different services over the internet. So what we need to access the cloud services, we just need to have the access to the internet. With the internet access, we can access the cloud services. What are the cloud services? We can access applications, services, and servers. So in a nutshell, the cloud can be explained in this way, that it's the availability of IT services. So if I explain cloud, it's an availability of IT resources. And how the IT resources available? These IT resources available over the internet. So we just need the internet connection and we can access these services directly on the browser. There's no need to have any on-premises infrastructure. No. What are the IT resources available? The IT resources available as services. We have the applications available, and we have the servers available on the cloud. When it comes to the examples of the services, we have the services available as MDM, mobile device management. We have MAM, mobile application management. We have the security services as Defender. We also have the compliance solutions available, where we can access, or we can create the compliance policies. So the compliance services also available. We have the applications available as Office applications, Office 365 applications, where we have the access to Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and all. We also have the servers available on the cloud. The servers available on the cloud are available as Exchange Online. We have servers available as SharePoint Online, SPOs, in short, we call it. We have Microsoft Teams, where the team solutions can be used to have the instant messaging based solutions, or else we can join the online meetings with Microsoft Teams as well. Right. So these are the some of the examples of the IT resources. Those are available now on the cloud itself. Now, before the cloud services, we used to have the on-premises infrastructure. With the traditional on-premises infrastructure, we used to deploy these servers, the applications, the services on the on-premises servers, where we used to have the hardware box. On the hardware box, we install the operating system, like a server-based operating system. The example is like 2012 R2 or 2016, and then we can install the applications like Exchange. So we can use the services with our on-premises infrastructure. So the on-premises infrastructure, we used to have the hardware-based installations, and then on the hardware, we basically deploy, or we create on-premises environment. There, the services can be hosted, and we can make these services or the applications available to our users. But now, moving towards the cloud-based services, the cloud-based services are based on the licensing model. So we just need to purchase, we just need to subscribe for the services. We can subscribe for the licenses, and with the valid licenses, the services can be used by the users on the cloud itself. No need to have any on-premises infrastructure. No. When it comes to the cloud services, we have the different cloud services available as infrastructure as a service, that is IaaS. We have platform as a service, and we have software as a service. Infrastructure as a service, that means the entire infrastructure is provided by the cloud provider. As a user, as an administrator, we can build our own virtual machines with the infrastructure as a service, but the basic services will be provided by the cloud provider over here. But we have the options available, where we can select the amount of storage, the memory, the processor, and then we can deploy the virtual machines on it. And we have this service available as infrastructure as a service. We also have this service available as platform as a service. That means the entire platform is provided by the cloud provider. The example is a predefined virtual machine will be provided by the cloud provider. We as a user or as an administrator can use the services directly on the platform. That means I have a pre-designed virtual machine with an operating system installed. And here with the platform as service, I can test my applications. I can run my code with the platform as a service. These two services also provided by Microsoft, but here we are going to discuss more about the SaaS, that is software as a service. When it comes to Microsoft 365, Microsoft 365, it's an example of software as a service. What do I mean by this statement? Software as a service. Software as a service means that a pre-designed, a by design software is provided by the cloud provider. We as a user can subscribe for this software, can subscribe for this application on the cloud, and can use the service or can host our services on this platform. The example of software service is the services offered by Microsoft 365 like Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Microsoft Intune. These are the examples of the software as a service. When it comes to the cloud services, how the cloud services is different from the on-premises infrastructure. The on-premises infrastructure requires the hardwares to be deployed on your own environment. But with the cloud services, we can subscribe and we can have the license and we can use the cloud services directly on the browser itself without any on-premises infrastructure. So first, I'm going to start with the module 1. And with this module 1, we are going to discuss about the planning of the operating system deployment and the strategies. This is the basics of the cloud services. I'm moving towards the module 1. So the module 1, it's about the planning and operating system deployment and the strategies. Now, planning of the operating system is very important because the enterprise desktop has evolved and it is now different from the traditional on-premises environment. So a few years ago, the enterprise desktop was basically the organization owned devices, where the organization owned these devices, and these devices are majorly laptops and the desktops. And these devices owned by the organization itself. So there they create the policies on these devices. So these devices are connected to the corporate network, and the employees sign into these devices and can access the corporate resources. The corporate resources like the line of business applications, the corporate data, or the in-house design applications. But now we are moving towards the modern based environment. So it is different from the traditional based environments, because now we also have the different devices that can be used to access the corporate resources. Now, the devices are also evolved, and now the corporate resources can be accessed from the mobile devices as well. It can be accessed from an Android device, it can be accessed from an Apple or a Mac based devices, where some of the devices may owned by the organization or some of the devices may be owned by the employee itself. How we can create these different policies, that's what we are going to discuss with this course. So the first module, it's further divided into the 3 lessons. So first, we are going to talk about the enterprise desktop. Also, here with this module 1, we're going to discuss about the different options available for deploying the enterprise desktops. Here, we'll be discussing about the way how we can configure, how we can plan, what are the strategies we have for the deployment of the enterprise desktops. With lesson 2, we are going to discuss about accessing the deployment readiness, that how the different tools we have, and with these different tools we can access the deployment readiness so that we can upgrade the devices to the latest available operating systems. Now with the lesson 3, we're discussing about the different deployment tools available. We'll be discussing here about the different deployment tools like the Microsoft deployment toolkits, configuration manager, and Microsoft Intune, so that we can deploy the operating system or we can deploy the policies to our devices, basically to our corporate devices. So here the first module is divided into these 3 lessons. Let's start with lesson 1. This lesson 1, it's about the enterprise desktop. Now, talking about the introduction for this lesson. So here we are going to talk about the benefits of modern management. So first we'll be discussing that what is the modern management, how it is different from the traditional management environments. Then we'll be discussing about the enterprise desktop life cycle model. So we'll be discussing the basics of the life cycle model, that how we can define or design a life cycle model for our corporate owned devices. Here we'll be also talking about the considerations for planning the different hardware strategies. Here we also be discussing about the different steps that are involved in the enrollment of the devices, so that we can enroll the devices to our MDM solution. It can be configuration manager, a traditional way of managing the devices, or it can be the cloud-based environment like Microsoft Intune, so that we can perform the enrollment of the devices and then we can manage the devices with the solution we are using for managing the devices. Also, we'll be discussing that how the operating system can be deployed to these devices, how we can configure, how we can customize the operating system as per the corporate requirements, and how we can perform the application deployments, because some of the applications are line of business applications and these applications are also critical for the business, and the application needs to be deployed with the operating system itself. So we can include these applications with the operating system, and these applications can be accessed by the users, and we can also create some policies for the applications. So here we'll be talking about the different steps available for the planning, for the enrollments, and for the application deployments. Then we'll be discussing about the considerations for the post deployments and the retirement of the devices, because after a certain period of time we may need to retire the devices. What are the considerations do we need to consider before retiring the devices or before performing the post deployments on the devices? So this is what we are going to discuss, this is what we are going to talk now in this module 1. So let's start with the first slide of this lesson 1. So let's first talk about the benefits of modern management. See, as I said, like the traditional management, we have the traditional options available for managing the devices. With the traditional methods, we have the on-premises Active Directory domain services, where we have the servers, and with the Active Directory domain services or with the domain controllers, we can create the group policies. GPOs we can create, and with the group policies, we can control the settings or we can deploy the corporate policies on the devices. But the traditional methods requires the significant effort. A lot of the admin intervention is required, and it is also a time consuming process, because we need to create the policies and we deploy the policies to our devices. So it's little time consuming process. But yes, with the traditional methods, we can also manage the devices, we can manage the corporate devices. And with the traditional methods, it provides difficulty to support the different or the multiple form factors like the BYOD. BYOD stands here for the bring your own devices, because the traditional methods what was based on the on-premises infrastructure, where we have the devices connected to the corporate network. The devices are the corporate network connected devices. We also call those devices as internal devices, and these devices can be used to access the corporate resources. But with the on-premises infrastructure, we have the corporate owned devices. These devices majorly owned by the organization itself, and the BYOD scenarios are quite difficult. But now when it comes to the corporate devices, when it comes to the modern management of the corporate devices, these scenarios like the BYOD devices are quite easy to deploy, and we can now create the policies for the personal devices when the users bringing their personal devices to work. Now, talking about the pillars of the modern management, it provides the easy deployment and the management of the services. So easy to deploy and manage because it is based on the cloud infrastructure. No need to have the on-premises. So easy to deploy, very less admin intervention is required, and we can manage these devices directly on the cloud. So easy to deploy and manage. The cloud service, there's one more benefit, a major benefit of the cloud service is that the cloud services are always up to date. What do I mean by this statement? Let's say there's an update available, and when we have the on-premises environment, the updates available for the same operating system, and the upgrade is also available where we can upgrade the operating system to a different version. The example is, let's say I have 2012 installed at the moment, but now Microsoft have also introduced 2016 or 2019. When I'm upgrading my operating system from 2012 to 2016, there may be a cost involved for the operating system. But this is not the case with the cloud-based infrastructure. The cloud infrastructure are always up to date. Whenever the updates available, the updates get installed. It provides the intelligent security. So now cloud services are designed to to provide the intelligent security that is based on the artificial intelligence, that is also based on the machine learning. Here we have the intelligent security services like advanced threat protection. We have the defender services, and these capabilities are built into the cloud services. So the intelligent security is available, and because nowadays the attackers are more sophisticated, and the Microsoft 365, the cloud solutions are designed with security in mind. Here we have the different security solutions available. The examples are like Windows Hello, where we can use the Windows Hello so that the users can have a sign into the devices and they can authenticate themselves with a multi-factor authentication that can be integrated with Windows Hello. We have the other solutions like Windows Information Protection, where we can control the corporate information on the personal information on the same devices. So the device can be used in the personal context, and the corporate information cannot be hampered, cannot be impacted with the solutions like Windows Information Protection. We'll be discussing more of the Windows Information Protection later on with this course. We also have the security solutions available as Azure AD Identity Protection. We have Azure AD Identity Protection also, where we can protect our identities. Now, if I talk about the cloud environment, with the cloud environment, we have the concept of identities. And the identity is also the new control plane, because now we provide the access to the information or the access to the solutions on the identities itself. With the traditional environments, we used to have a concept of users. There we create the user accounts, we provide the access to the user accounts itself, so the users can access the resources. But now we have the concept of identities. The identities can be internal identities. Those are the identities for the users who are working, who are part of your organization. We can also create the identities for the external users, for the business partners, for the clients. So with the external identities, our business partners or our clients can access the resources, and we can control that what information they can access. So we have the intelligent security and the built-in features available with the cloud services, with the modern management. We also have the proactive insights. Now, what do I mean by this proactive insights? Microsoft Cloud Services provides the rich telemetry and the cloud intelligence as well. It provides the information about the devices, the applications, when the devices applications are being used by the users. And here it also provides you the discovery services so that you can discover the security issues or the challenges the users may facing on the devices. And it is based on the machine learning intelligence so that we can have the proactive insights. We can understand the telemetry data with the cloud intelligence services. So these are some of the benefits of the modern management. Now, and how this is how the modern management is different from the traditional environment. Now, let's understand the concept of the traditional environments as well. So we have with the traditional environments, we basically used to have the Active Directory domain services. We also call these servers as the domain controllers. And with the domain controllers, we have the users, we have the user accounts, we have the objects. We create the group policies, GPOs, group policy objects we create. And basically, there are some limitations of the group policy objects that it works with the domain joined devices. We also have the other solutions like SCCM, System Center Configuration Manager. Now we call it Configuration Manager. There's a change in the name. And we can manage the devices from the configuration managers as well. But it requires more admin intervention for the deployment of the configuration to the devices. On the other hand, when we have the modern management, with the modern management, in order to manage the devices, we have Microsoft Intune. It's a subscription-based solution that provides the easy deployed services and easy to manage services. For example, let's say I have a brand new device. I'm going to assign this brand new device to one of the user. With the on-premises environment, we used to first re-image the device. So we have the image-based concept with the on-premises environment. So first, when we bought a device, we basically first re-image the device. After re-imaging the devices, we install the operating system. We include the operating system to the images. And once the re-image of the device is configured completely, we assign the devices to the users. So it requires more admin intervention. It requires high touch to be there on the devices. But when it comes to the cloud-based environments, with the cloud-based environments, we have the solutions available like Autopilot. So Autopilot, it's a cloud-based solution that's a part of Microsoft Intune. This allows you to configure the devices without even touching the device. So there's no admin intervention required on the devices. Without any admin intervention, the devices can be configured and we can configure the out of the box experience for the devices. So out of the box experience, we can configure for the brand new devices. We have a dedicated module for the Autopilot. This is just an example that how we have this modern management and how this modern management provides the easy deployment services. So we have the Autopilot. With this Autopilot, we can join the devices to the MDM solution. Once the MDM solution or once the device enrolled to any of your MDM solution, the configuration policies, the compliance policies, the security policies will be configured on the devices. It requires only few clicks to be done by the user itself, or else we can have the zero touch that is also supported. However, with this Autopilot, user just need to open the device, just need to power on the device, and the internet connection is required, and the Autopilot will take over and configure the corporate policies like the enrollment of the devices, configuration policies, customization of the operating system with the Autopilot solution. Now, with this Autopilot, we can also upgrade or we can change the version of the operating system. The example is, let's say I have bought the device with Windows 10 Professional, but in a corporate environment, we have a policy that the users must have the Windows 10 Enterprise on the devices. So with this Autopilot, we can also upgrade the devices. We can change the version of the devices that does not require any touch on the devices. Also, we don't need to reboot the device. Even without rebooting the devices, we can configure the out of the box experience for the devices with the help of Windows Autopilot. So these are some of the examples of the modern management. We'll be discussing a lot about all these services like Windows Hello, Windows Information Protection. I'll be showing you the demonstrations for Microsoft Azure AD Identity Protection. That's also a security solution that's a part of the Azure Active Directory. Okay, so these are the benefits of the cloud services. These are the benefits for the modern management. Now, moving on, let's talk about the enterprise desktop life cycle model. So when the organization going to design or when the organization going to purchase the devices for the organization, the first phase starts with planning. So with the planning, we first prepare and define a strategy for the system management. Then we start purchasing the devices. We start the purchasing of the devices with the approvals for the invoices for the payment. We also make the plan for purchasing the that which kind of the device I need to purchase for my environment. Maybe it's a desktop device I need to purchase, or maybe I need to purchase some laptop devices, maybe some tablets needs to be purchased, maybe the other mobile devices needs to be purchased. So here we first start with the planning, then we start purchasing the devices. After purchasing the devices, we also need to consider the installation of the operating system to these devices. So we perform the installation of the operating system. Maybe we need the some customization of the operating system. Some of the organization, they have their own golden image. With these golden images, the operating systems will be deployed. They have certain customizations on the operating system. The examples are like blocking the admin account, giving the standard access to the users, blocking some settings or certain options on the devices where we can control. Basically, we control the settings and the services available on the operating system with the deployment of the operating systems. We can customize the operating systems as well. And with the operating system customization with the images, we can also include the images. We can also include the applications as well. So with the operating system images, we can include the the applications as well, and the applications can be integrated. The applications can be integrated. The applications can be added in the operating system itself. So there we have the operating system, and we can include the applications to our operating system itself. So when we reimaging the devices, the applications will be installed, and then we can assign the device to a user. Then the operation process starts. With the operation process, we ensure that all the systems are functioning properly, and we have the security configured on the devices so that we can make sure that the devices are also protected, because there are a lot of these sophisticated attacks used by the hackers or the malicious actors, and we also need to make sure that we have the right protection solutions implemented on the devices. We can also enforce the multi-factor authentication. We can enable the Windows Hello, or else we can create the different authentication and the authorization policies, where we can also integrate with RBAC, role-based access control, so the users can access the resources as per the permissions assigned on their identities. Then after operations, we have the support process started. With the support, we may have an in-house IT team that ensures that end users are working on the systems. Whenever they are support required, they can provide the support with the applications, with the operating systems, or with the hardware of the devices. Then we also have the upgrades as well. We can see in case if there is an opportunity available of upgrading the devices. Sometimes we have an old operating system running on the device. For example, I have Windows 8 or Windows 7 installed on a device, and if the hardware is supported, we can also upgrade the devices to the latest operating system. In case if the device does not support any upgrade anymore, maybe it's an older device, and here the device is not capable to install the latest operating system, then we can also retire the device. So this phase includes of the replacement of the devices. Here we can also retire the obsolete hardware. Also, we can unroll the device from the organization environments, and then we may sell out the devices to our vendors after unenrolling the devices. So this is the life cycle of the enterprise desktops. Talking about planning and purchasing. So this planning stage includes the computer strategies. So before making the purchasing decisions, the organization needs to carefully plan the requirements for the new systems. Some of the organization have a mix of old and new systems, or some of the organizations can upgrade their systems to the latest operating system by adding some new hardware on that, or some of the organizations can replace the old devices with the new devices when the hardware is not anymore capable of installing the operating systems like Windows 10 or Windows 11. So here, first of all, we need to define the computer strategies. So the computer strategy includes the policies such as imaging the devices, hardware standardizations, so we can create a baseline for the hardwares. So all the devices must have a baseline hardware installed on the devices, so the operating system updates or the applications can be installed on these devices. Also, we can create the policies for allowing the BYOD scenarios where the users can bring their own devices to work, and they can access the corporate resources on these personal devices. Then we have the computer selection. So this process involves the choosing of hardwares, choosing of the softwares, and the choosing of the peripherals. Sometimes in the organization, we need to have certain peripherals like a wireless keyboards, wireless mice, and the printers, scanners, and all. So here we also need to understand, or we also need to know, is there any peripherals required, any additional design or the configuration requires on these devices. So that comes under the computer selections. Then we need to take care of the deployment methods. Now, the deployment methods includes the cost of enrolling the devices or deploying the devices to our corporate environment.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Environment. Here we enroll the devices with our mobile device management solutions. It can be Intune, it can be configuration manager. So we perform the deployment, and based on the requirement or based on the solution that we are using in the environment, we can choose the deployment methods. The deployment methods can be on premises, a traditional on premises environment where we can join the devices to the on-premises Active Directory domain services, and then we can enroll or we can choose to manage the devices with group policies, or else we can choose to manage the devices with configuration manager as well. Or else when we have the modern environment setup, when we have the cloud environment configured in the environment, we can also deploy these devices with the Microsoft Intune based solution as well. So here we have the deployment methods. That can be a traditional method, an on-premises infrastructure, or it can be a cloud-based environment. So it also inherits some cost. So you need to purchase the services, or else you need to design or you need to deploy the on-premises infrastructure. So that you need to understand that what are your deployment requirements. Based on your deployment requirements, you can enroll the devices to any MDM solution, and you can manage the devices. You can create the policies, the configuration, and the compliance for the devices. We also need to understand the demand forecasting. The demand forecasting, it is really important to understand. So with this attempt, we can predict the future requirements of the organization, that what may be the future requirements. So it can be determined what resources we need to purchase for future. Maybe we'll be working on the different project, or we have the same project, but after a certain period of time, we may be hiring some new employees to the same project. So there we need to understand the demand forecastings as well. We also need to understand the design configurations. So this process determines that which new features you can use and how you can incorporate these different features to your devices in the organization. So it requires you to have the understanding of the tools, the resources, or the settings that you need to configure on the devices. So these are the different planning stages that are that includes the computer strategies, computer selections, the deployment methods, the demand forecastings, and the design configuration. After the planning, we need to purchase. Now the purchase stage including buying the hardwares, buying the devices like desktops, laptops, or the mobile devices. Purchasing stage also includes the software, because when it comes to the devices, we may be purchasing the devices with an operating system installed. So here the purchasing stage includes the software, it includes the operating system, and it includes the applications as well. So we need to purchase the operating system. The example is like we may have a policy that says all the devices that have, we may have a baseline policy, I can say, that says all the devices must have Windows 10 Enterprise installed. So here it includes the operating system, it includes the applications as well. So we can purchase the application. There are some productive applications, there are some line of business applications that we may need to purchase. The examples are like OneDrive for Business, or there are some the store application that needs to be deployed to the devices. So here the purchasing stage includes the purchasing of applications, purchasing of the operating systems. Then we need to have certain deployment support, that how we are going to deploy the devices, these operating systems or the applications to the devices. We may require some storage devices, some centralized storage devices we may need to have, where we can configure the operating system images and we can push these images through the storage devices, or we may have the flash drives that we can make them bootable, and we can install the operating systems or the images with the flash drives as well, or with the blank DVDs. We also need to consider that what accessories do we need to purchase, like the monitors, the docking stations, and all. Also, we need to know the services to store, that what services we are going to store, unpack the inspections, the inventory of the systems, and all. So this is about the planning and purchasing. Talking about the desktop deployments. So with the desktop deployments, we can configure the standardized baseline operating system. Some of the organizations, they have certain compliance policies, and with those compliance policies, they define a standard baseline operating system to be installed on all the devices. It can be based on the project, it can be based on the departments as well. So We may have a L1 technical department or the L2 department where we can define a standardized baseline of the operating system. So all the operating system, all the devices must have this operating system installed, where we may have the golden images of the operating system. And with these golden images, we deploy the operating system to the devices, right? It can be on the network access as well. Here we may have the internal network, and through the internal network only, the users can access the resources. So we can create certain compliance policies, and based on these different compliance policies, the operating system can be installed in the production environments. Also, we can choose to deploy the operating system or the customized operating system, I can say, in phases, where we can first deploy the operating system to the pilot users, where we can select certain pilot users, and these pilot users will first get a chance to check the services, and then we can validate the configuration, we can collect the feedbacks, and then we can perform the broad deployment, or we can perform this broad deployment to the entire organization. So we can deploy in phases, we can validate the configurations, we can collect the feedbacks from the pilot users, and then we can choose to perform this broad deployment to the users. We also need to consider the enrolling of the devices, that how we are going to enroll the devices to the MDM solutions. For example, let's say I have Microsoft Intune, and this Intune I'm going to use as an MDM solution. So here we need to consider that how I'm going to enroll these devices to the solutions like Microsoft Intune. Do I need the Azure AD joint devices? Do I need the hybrid Azure AD joint devices? Or do I just need to enroll the devices to the MDM solutions? The considerations for the enrolling of the devices: does these devices require a manual enrollment of the devices? Also, we can set up the group policies in case if I have a on-premises devices or the devices connected to the on-premises Active Directory, where I can create a group policy that simply says whatsoever devices join to on-premise Active Directory, the devices can be automatically joined to Azure Active Directory and can be automatically enrolled to the MDM solution like MDM. I'll be showing you all these demonstrations, but here first we are discussing the basics only. So we need to consider the enrollment of the devices, that how the devices can be enrolled. We also need to understand the data migration, because the data migration is critical in the conditions when the source and destination computers are different. Here we also need to migrate the data from an old device to the new device. The use case is when the user is changing their devices. So when the user is moving to a new device, maybe the old device we are going to retire because this device is not anymore supported with the updated operating system. So we are going to retire this device. And when we're retiring the devices, the successful data migration is also critical. We also need to migrate the old files, or we may need to migrate the files, the application data, the configuration data, or the user data we have on this device to the next device or to the new device when the source and destination computers are different. So here we can use the cloud-based solutions as well for the data migration, where we can use the OneDrive for Business, or else we can use the tools like USMT, User State Migration Tool. And with the help of these different tools like USMT, we can perform a successful data migration that consists of the user profiles, the applications, the application data, and all. So it is also recommended to use the cloud-based storage solutions. The cloud-based storage solution example here is OneDrive for Business, so that we can enable the OneDrive for Business on the source devices, and when we moving the user to a new device, we can have the data backed up on the cloud-based solutions like OneDrive for Business. So if possible, we can use the cloud-based solutions as well for the successful data migration. Talking about the application deployments and planning. So application plays an important role. Why the application plays an important role? Because there are some line of business applications. There may be in-house developed applications, and these applications may be critical for my business. So we also need to understand the application inventories. Now, this is useful in the scenarios when we rolling out the updates to the operating system. So let's say currently my users are working on Windows 7, or some of the users may be on Windows 8. But now the management decided to upgrade all these different devices to Windows 10, or maybe the next use case is for Windows 11. Maybe currently we have Windows 10 running on the devices, but my management is now decided to move all these devices to Windows 11 because Windows 11 is also introduced. So when we upgrading the devices, when we upgrading the operating system, we need to understand, we need to consider the application inventories, that what are the different applications being used in the environment. Also, we need to understand the compatibility of the applications. What if the application is not compatible? So we don't assume anything, because there are some critical applications, those are critical for my business as well. What if the application is not compatible? There may be loss in the production. So we basically check the application inventories, that what are the different applications being used in the environment, and whether these applications are compatible with the latest operating system upgrade or not, or with the latest operating system update or not. So we also need to understand the applications inventories and the applications compatibilities. Majorly, the application those works with Windows 7 or Windows 8, those applications are also going to compatible with Windows 10 and 11. In most of the cases, the applications are compatible, but there are, yes, 0.1% chances when the applications may not be compatible. So don't assume that the applications compatible. Check the application compatibilities. How the application compatibilities can be checked? We have the tools as desktop analytics. It's a cloud-based solution. It's a cloud-based tool. So we can use the desktop analytics. With this desktop analytics, we can understand the application inventories, the entire application inventory we can see. Also, we can see whether the applications are compatible with the latest upgrade or not. We have the application packaging, so that we can we can have the application packaging. Also, we can upgrade the applications as well, in case the application upgrade is also available. So application have their own updates, the application have their own updates and the upgrades as well. So maybe the next version is compatible. Maybe this current version is only compatible with Windows 7, but maybe we have the another version that is available with the provider of that application, and maybe this, once we upgrade the application version to the latest one, then the application may be supported on the latest operating system. So here we need to understand the application packagings. We also need to understand the application lifecycle support. Now we have the different tools available for the application lifecycle support. We have the cloud-based solutions, and with the cloud-based solutions, we have the Microsoft Store for Business. Now Microsoft Store for Business is like a private store for the organization, where the administrators can purchase the applications. After purchasing the applications, they can make the application available to the individuals or to the group of the users, so the users can then install the application. So it's like a private store for the organization, where the administrators can push their line of business applications, their productive applications, and also the store applications can be added in here, and the users can access this private store and can install the applications to their devices. So we have Microsoft Store for Business that's available for free without any additional cost. The organizations can deploy the Microsoft Store for Business. We also have the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So this Microsoft Endpoint Manager, it's again a unified solution available for managing the applications from the on-premises based tools like Configuration Manager or from Microsoft Intune. See, previously Microsoft Intune was a part of Azure. So in order to access the Microsoft Intune, the administrators needs to log into portal.azure.com, and there they can use the Intune over there. But now there is a new portal available, and this portal we know as Microsoft Endpoint Manager. The direct URL is endpoint.microsoft.com. Now this portal is a new unified portal in order to manage the devices from Configuration Manager, in order to manage the devices from Intune. Also, we can create the device level policies. We can also create the application level policies, and that can be done through the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. We have the different virtualization solutions. Now see, there may be chances the application is not supported for, maybe application is not supported with Windows 10 or Windows 11. But my organization is decided to upgrade all the devices to Windows 10 or to Windows 11. And we have certain applications, those are not compatible, but these applications are important for my business. So what I can do, in case if the application not supported and these applications are important for my organization, for my business, we can use the different virtualization solutions. Here we have the Microsoft virtualization solution as Hyper-V, so that we can install these applications virtually on our old operating system, and we can access these applications with the virtualization solutions. We have the different virtualization solutions available with different vendors. With Microsoft, we have Hyper-V, we have VMware, we have Citrix, and we have the other solutions as Oracle, VirtualBox, and all. So different virtualization solutions we have, where we can use the hosted virtualization solution, and inside the operating system itself, we can deploy a virtual machine with an old operating system, and there we can install the applications. Like Hyper-V, we can use as a virtualization solution, or else we can use the virtualization solutions with an RDP connection, where we can install these applications on a centralized server or on a centralized device, and the applications can be accessed through the RDP connections. So we may have the RDP connections, and with these different RDP connections, the applications can be accessed. So we can use the bare metal hardware, where we can use the bare metal virtualization, the hypervisor we can use, or we can use the hosted Hyper-V. And when the application is not compatible, we can access these applications with the virtualization solutions. Okay. So virtualization plays an important role in the data centers itself nowadays. When we have a business critical application, we can configure this application on a centralized server, and the users can have the RDP access. Through the RDP, they can access these applications. And these applications can be accessed through the solutions like VPN when the employees are working from home, or when the users not working from the corporate network. So we can have the RDP connections that can be made with VPN based solutions, so that it can create a tunneling services, and we can use the public network so that we can connect it to our private network, and we can access these applications. So additional securities can be enforced with the virtualization solutions over here. So this is about the application deployment and the planning. See, Microsoft Intune, it provides the solutions for the applications as well. So Microsoft Intune offers two capabilities. We have the Microsoft Intune, where we can create the MDM, where we can use it for the MDM, that stands for mobile device management. Microsoft Intune, it's also available for the applications. So with the MDM, we can create the policies for the devices, where we can manage the entire device. However, Microsoft Intune can be used for the applications as well. And we have the functionality for Microsoft Intune that supports the applications. And here we call this functionality as MAM. MAM stands for Mobile Application Management. Here, with this mobile application management solution of Microsoft Intune, we can deploy the applications. Even we can protect the application without managing the entire device. So the capability of Microsoft Intune that allows you to manage the entire device called MDM, and the capability of Microsoft Intune that allows you to create the application-based policies or the application level policies, we call this solution as mobile application management. These two are the major offerings provided by Microsoft Intune. Okay. So once you build or once you test your baseline operating systems, then you can enroll these devices to the MDM solutions, or you can install the applications on the devices. So this is about the application deployments and the plannings of the applications. Talking about the operation and support, so there are factors we need to consider in the operation phase. In the operation phase, we need to understand that what facilities available, what facilities available, and with the facilities, the factors includes ensuring the environment has the regulated power connections. We also need to manage the temperature of the devices. So we need to make sure that the air conditions, the temperature are controlled with the manufacturer guidelines, and we need to make sure the environment is controlled, right? So that comes under the facilities with the operation phase. Then we also need to understand the computer security. So here we also need to understand the computer securities. We also need to make sure that the devices, the computers have the basic protection solutions available. So we have the protection against the malwares, external attacks, and here we need to make sure that we protect the devices from theft, from misuse, And we deploy the security solutions onto the devices like the anti-malware softwares. Also, we create the application protection policy so that we can protect the application data. Also, we need to control the operating system updates. We can also monitor the status of the inventory of the systems. That comes under the computer security. Then we have the software updates. See, software updates plays a very important role for the organization. From time to time, we may receive the software updates. We receive the updates for the operating systems itself, and sometimes we also receive the updates for the applications that we are using with our devices. The example is, let's say I'm using the Office applications, and Office applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, they also receive the updates from time to time. So there are some software updates. We need to consider the software updates. We also need to make sure that that we are updating our operating system regularly, because sometimes we also receive the security updates, and we receive the major patches, major fixes as well. Also, we need to make sure that the applications also getting updated. Although when it comes to the application updates, we may need to test the application updates with our testing department, with our testing team, and then we can push the software updates to the production environment. But it is really important to understand the software updates, and we can create the strategies, we can create the plans for the software updates in our environment. Here, the Windows devices, the Windows can be updated with the Windows update functionality, where we can control the updates. Nowadays, we have the updates available with two options. So we have the updates available as feature updates that brings new feature to the devices, and we have the quality updates. And the quality updates brings the security updates. It brings security, it brings patches, it brings fixes, and the quality updates is responsible for all these updates. However, on the other hand, we have the feature updates. The feature updates brings new feature to the same operating system, new features. And now, starting from Windows 10, Microsoft have also announced a new functionality of updating the devices, and this functionality we know as Windows as a service. It was started with Windows 10 itself. Now, why do we call it Windows as a service? In the traditional or in the previous operating systems, we used to receive the feature updates or the new features in every 2 or 3 years. So we need to wait for a long time to get the new update or the new features to the operating system or to the devices. But now, with the Windows 10, Microsoft have changed this update option to Windows as a service. Now the new features updates are more quicker, and the feature updates available twice in a year. So the Windows devices like the Windows 10 or the Windows 11 devices will get the feature updates quickly, and this happens twice in a year with the Windows 10, and with it is continued on the Windows 11. And this service we call as Windows as a service. We have the quality updates. The quality updates will be available once in a month, and once in a month the Windows devices get the quality updates, and this happens majorly, most probably this happens on the second Tuesday of the month. However, we can defer the updates through the update channels that we'll be discussing later on. But just keep it for the reference that we have these different type of the updates available for the operating system. We have the quality and we have the feature updates accordingly. We have the data protection solutions. The data protection solutions we configure, and with the data protection, we can configure the backup solutions for the important and for the critical data. So it provides the protection against the disasters when the operating system fails, or when the hardware crashes, or the hard drive get failed on the devices. So here we perform the data backups, and we use the secure information repositories where the data protection implemented by the administrators, and the important data will be protected with the different backup solutions. Some of the organization they use the centralized backup solutions, and some of the organization they use to create a entire site backup. This totally depends upon the business culture and the severity and the criticality of the data, and based on the data infrastructure, based on the data requirements, we can configure the security policies for our data itself. Then the operation phase also includes the IT administration. The IT administration is the day-to-day solutions, the day-to-day services provided by the IT team to make sure that the computers are safe, to make sure that the right protection policy is implemented, to make sure there are no issues on the computer operating system or on the hardware of the devices. So here we have the IT administrations, that is the day-to-day solutions provided by the in-house IT team to make sure that the systems are working as per the expectations. Then we have the support phases. The support phase, it includes the training. The training, it's the this is the potentially cost consuming and the time consuming solutions. And here we have the trainings that we may need to provide to the users, so the users will be aware about the latest changes in the organization. Let's say we are moving from on-premises to cloud. Let's say we are moving from the on-premises infrastructure. The example, the use case here is, let's say currently we have the on-premises Active Directory domain services. For the messaging services, we have Exchange Online, but now the organization is moving towards the cloud-based infrastructure. With the cloud-based infrastructures, we may have the we can also start using the Exchange Online services. So here we may need to provide the trainings that how the cloud-based services can be deployed in the organization, what are the different capabilities of the cloud solution over here. So we may need to provide the trainings to the users, because maybe the users not from the IT department, or maybe the organization, it's not an IT based organization, maybe a construction or company, right? Or maybe a real estate company, or maybe a manufacturing environment. So there the users may not be aware about the different cloud services available. So there we have the trainings sessions that we can provide these trainings to the users. And with the different training sessions, we can provide the awareness to the users. So the support phase starts with training, and it also provides the IT support as well. So we may have the support. The IT support team may be responsible for the enterprise desktop life cycles. They may be responsible of upgrading the devices to the latest hardwares or to the latest softwares as well, right? There may be a help desk department we may have in house, right? And we may have the IT personals. They can monitor, they can maintain the devices, or they can identify the issues, they can provide the remedies as well, and they can also make the devices join to the users when the users join the organization, or they can also remove the devices from the inventories when the user left the organization. So this is included in the support phase. Then the support phase also has the servicing hardware that involves fixing the desktop computers, and maybe some of the hardwares may failed, or maybe there are some faulty components. So servicing the hardwares required to change these hardwares from time to time, where we may replace the hardwares or some of the components like the hard drives, like the network interface cards, or the motherboards and all, right? So the servicing hardware is responsible for changing the hardwares, maybe updating the hardwares of the operating systems as well. So this is about the operation and support. Talking about upgrading and retirements. So there are some factors, those are included in the upgrade phase. So upgrading, it involves the using of the old hardwares with the new softwares. Let's say I have an old device, and with this old device I have Windows 7 running, but now my organization, as I said before, the organization now have a plan to upgrade all the operating systems to Windows 10 or Windows 11. So we have the upgrades options available, where we can reuse the same hardware with the new software if the hardware is compatible. So we can upgrade the operating systems. When it comes to upgrading the operating systems, we need to understand where this hardware is supported or not, where we have the sufficient or the minimum hardware requirement, so that we can upgrade these hardwares to the latest environment, to the latest operating systems as well. So here the certain considerations we need to understand. We need to understand whether this workstation is capable of upgrading or not, right? Where is there any component required to be updated or not? Maybe previously I have a small hard drive installed on this computer. Now for the latest operating system, we may need to add some new hardwares or some new hard drives to this device. Maybe I may need to change the storage option from the HDDs, from the hard disk drives to SSD, as the SSDs are also available, and SSDs are faster in the data input and the data output services, right? So here we need to understand the upgrade phase, that what facilities available, whether the computer upgrades available or not. Also, we need to transfer the computers to the new users as well. So we may be retiring the old computer and we may be transferring this user to the new device, to the new computer as well. And we have certain factors those are also considered in the retirement phases. With the retirement phases, we also need to understand the device disposal. So first will be
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
will be removing the devices from the domain, or we may be unenrolling the devices with our MDM solutions, so that we can perform the device disposal. We can also perform the resale preparation. We may be reselling these devices to the vendors. So we also need to understand the device disposal, the resale preparations. We also need to understand the administrative processing. The administrative processing is required to unenroll the devices, removing the devices from domain, removing the corporate information, wiping out the corporate information from the devices. So that comes under the administrative processing. So administrative intervention is required on the devices, and with the administrative processing, we can basically process the devices as per the corporate requirements. We also may need to pack and ship the devices to the vendors. So the organization may be responsible for packing of the devices and shipping of the devices. Residual value. So as we are selling out the devices, so we also need to consider the residual value. That totally depends upon the hardware we have on the device, right? Or it depends upon the vendors who is purchasing this hardware. Now talking about the factors considered in the BYOD scenarios. So BYOD scenarios, some of the organization, they allow their users to bring their personal devices to work. And here, when it comes to the BYOD scenarios, we also need to understand the device wipe considerations. See, when the users using their personal devices to work, they may have the access to the corporate applications. They may have the access to the corporate data on their own personal devices. Now, the users may left the organization, or maybe the user start working on a new device. So here we also need to consider the device wipe considerations. With the device wipe considerations, we may be removing the corporate data from the devices. So here we have the device wipe considerations, and with this device wipe considerations, we'll be removing the corporate data from the devices when the data is being accessed on the personal devices. The admin have the power to remove the corporate data from the devices, right? So the device wipe considerations we need to consider. We also need to have the support for removing the organizational applications and the data from these personal devices. Why? Because maybe the user left the organization. So there we need to make sure that the corporate information is well protected, and we have the policies so that we can remove all the entire corporate data from these devices when the user left the organization or moved to a different project. This lesson 2, it's about the options available to understand the deployment readiness. So here with this lesson, we are going to discuss here that how we can understood or how we can identify the deployment readiness. So we are talking about the introduction for this lesson. So here with this lesson, we're going to discuss the concept of the deployment readiness. So basically, we're discussing here about the guidelines for an effective enterprise desktop deployments. So here we're talking about the different guidelines we have so that we can have the effective enterprise desktop deployments. Also, we'll be discussing here about the tools for accessing the infrastructure and the applications, that what are the tools available, and with the help of these tools, we can access the infrastructure and the applications in a production environment. Here, we're also going to discuss the way how we can access current environment, how we can identify the current environment, and based on the current environment, we can build the plan for upgrading the devices. So here we're discussing about the way how we can access the current environment. We'll be discussing the different tools available that help us in assessing the current environments. we're discussing here about the network and the directory considerations. So we'll be discussing about the options available for the networking and for the directory considerations. And we'll be discussing here about the way how we can plan for the pilot deployments, how we can plan for the pilot projects in our corporate environment. So this is what we are going to discuss. This is what we are going to learn with this lesson. These are the topics that we'll be going through. Talking about the options, that why it is important, why it is required. So many of the organizations, they requires an efficient and automated desktop deployments. And here they basically perform the desktop deployment with certain automated tools. And before we start working on the desktop deployments or the tools, we will be starting using some certain tools in our production environments. We need to first understand the current inventory of the organization. Now, based on the current inventory of the organization, we can establish a network map, and we can also establish a plan so that we can upgrade the existing client computers, the servers, and the relevant networking services. So the applications, the hardwares will be tested before the deployment of the latest updates or the latest upgrades to the operating systems. So here let's start with this, the deployment guidelines. So the deployment guidelines helps you to take the inventory, and you can understand the infrastructure map. So you can understand the inventory, the number of the applications, the different hardware devices that you're using, the different hardwares on the devices. And this helps you, the deployment guidelines will help you to establish the infrastructure map for your existing client computers, for your servers, because you may be upgrading, or you may be deploying the latest upgrade of the operating system to your client computers. You may be upgrading the servers that you have in your environment, or maybe you're upgrading the relevant networking services. So that you need to determine, you need to understand that what are the installed applications we have on these devices, what are the different hardware types we have on the organization that has been deployed currently. And you also need to consider the main operations center and the office branches, because there may be different sites. These sites maybe are on the different locations. So first of all, we need to take the inventory, and here we can document the inventories, the infrastructure map, and then we can perform the deployment, or we can plan to upgrade the operating systems, or we can plan for upgrading the devices in our production environments, right? So here we need to determine what hardware we can reuse, which hardware requires to be retired. With the hardwares, those are not compatible. So here we need to identify that what devices we can reuse or what devices we can retire. We also need to define the strategies for supporting the complex application install. There may be the in-house developed applications. There may be some line of business applications, or there we may have certain important or the business critical applications that needs to be installed with our environments, right? We also need to understand what are the complex applications to deploy, and how these complex applications we can deploy it in our production environments. We also need to understand, is there any options available for the virtualization? Uh, as we discussed before, that virtualization allows you the options when the application is not compatible with the latest upgrade or with the latest operating system. Then we can install these applications virtually on a virtualized environment. And let's say this application is written only for Windows 7. There are certain applications, those are written for a specific operating system, and these applications are important for my organization. That's this important is important for my business. So there we can determine the opportunities for the virtualization, so that we can install these applications on a virtual machine with a hosted virtualization environment, or else we can install these applications on a centralized server, and the users can have the access within RTP connections to these different applications. Maybe it's a payroll application and it's not compatible with Windows 11. So here we have the virtualization solutions available. Basically, there are two kind of the virtualization options we have. The first option is the hosted virtualization. The hosted virtualization we majorly use in our lab environments. And with this hosted environment, what we do, we have the base device, with the hardware. On the base device, we install the operating system. Now, inside the operating system, we install a virtualization solution like a Hyper-V, or we can use the Oracle VirtualBox. That's a non-Microsoft provider. Then inside the operating system itself, we can build our virtual machines. And on these different virtual machines, on this hosted virtual machine, I can install an old operating system. There I can make this application available that is written for a particular operating system. This is the example and the use case for the hosted virtualization. We may have a virtualization that we can use in our data centers that we called as bare metal installation. Now, with the bare metal installation, with this concept of virtualization, we basically have the hardware. Now, directly on the top of the hardware, we install the virtualization layer. Instead of installing the operating system, we install the layer of virtualization. See, let me help you to understand this concept with the whiteboard session. So we have the base hardware. On this hardware, instead of installing the operating system layer, we install the layer of hypervisor, or let's call it Hyper-V, as we are discussing about Microsoft. Now, on the hardware here, we did not install the operating system. We installed the hypervisor layer. Now, this hypervisor layer allows me to create the virtual machines. I can have the different virtual machines. It totally depends upon the capability of the hardware I have on my base machine. And it also depends upon the application that I'm going to use with these different virtual machines. Now, inside these virtual machines, we have the operating system. I can have the operating system here. Now, on the operating system, I have the applications running on these different virtual machines. Now, these virtual machines are isolated from each other, so there'll be no impact on the virtual machines if this virtual machine fails. And it's a shared kind of the environment. Here, the storage I have, right? The CPU I have, the network I have, and the memory I have. These are the four golden components of the hardware, and these hardwares will be shared with these different virtual machines in here. Okay, so this is the example of the bare metal virtualization solution, and we also use this bare metal virtualization on our data centers itself. So the cloud-based data centers, basically we are using certain virtualization so that we can use more of the hardware. We are not depending upon the 1:1 ratio. In the traditional environments, we used to have the 1:1 ratio. And how the 1:1 ratio? We have the hardware here. On the top of the hardware, we install the operating system there. So OS layer we have. Now on the top of the OS layer, we can use the applications, right? Some of the applications are suggested to use as a separate application on the operating system itself. So it is more into 1:1 ratio. The example of the applications are like Exchange server. So Exchange server, it's a big server. Some of the administrators, they also call this server as monster server, because this server is responsible for the entire mail flow, and this server also generate a lot of the logs. So Exchange, a domain controller, the active role must be added to a separate server itself. So it's more into the 1:1 ratio. But when it comes to the virtualization solution, it requires the ratio of 1:many. So space will be saved. We can have the applications, those are not supported on the latest operating system. We can install these applications on these virtual machines, and we can connect to these applications to these virtual machines with the RDP, with the remote based connections. So we can identify the opportunities for the virtualization in case if is there any opportunity for the virtualization for any business critical application. We also need to establish the data migration process. Now, the data migration process, it is very important to understand when the source and the destination computers are different, because maybe on the source computer, the user may have their important files. Very important files are there with the source operating system. So we can establish the data migration process. Here we can use the cloud-based solutions also. Now the cloud-based solutions we can use as OneDrive for Business. And here with this OneDrive for Business, we can perform a cloud-based backup, and then we can install the services from this cloud-based backup process. Also, we can use the USMT tool, user state migration tool, where this tool can be used to capture the complete image, not the complete image of the device. Here it can capture the application data, the user information, and then with this user state migration tool, we can perform a kind of a backup, and then we can push the settings, the configuration, the application data to the new device. So we also need to understand the data migration process. We also needs to establish the method of backing up the data we have on the devices. So there may be some important data we may have in devices, and we also need to establish the method for data backups on the devices where it is applicable. So we can perform the cloud-based data backup with the OneDrive for business-based solutions, or else we can use the local data backups with the external storage devices with the flash drives and all. So we can turn on the data backups on the devices. We can also establish the deployment plan, and with this deployment plan we can describe the complete process, and there we can establish the deployment program. And with this deployment program we can describe that what is the complete process from which we are going to perform the deployment of the operating systems to our devices, to our users. Also, we need to understand the requirement of the training. So some of the users may require the training post deployment plan, and with the help of these trainings the users will be aware about the new features, about the new operating systems. So we also need to provide, or we also need to consider the training requirements for the users and the post deployment program. So let's say we have installed the upgrade of the Windows 10. Now all the devices now upgraded to Windows 10 in the environment. So here, once the device is upgraded, we need to understand the post deployment plan. The post deployment plan, the examples of the post deployment plan is that how we are going to manage the devices, to which service we are going to enroll the devices, like the on-premises configuration manager or the cloud-based solutions like MDM, Microsoft Intune, where we can enroll the devices to Microsoft Intune. We can push configure policies on the devices. Also, we can create some compliance policies. So these are the post-deployment plans that we also need to consider. That comes under the deployment guidelines. Now let's talk about the readiness tools. Now, why the readiness tools are important? We need to ensure that the successful and the efficient Windows deployment is performed. We need to understand what is the current state of the organization so that we can plan about the next updates, right? So there are tools available that helps you to access and understand the current state of your environment, and these are the different tools available. The first tool is Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Now, you can use this Microsoft Endpoint Manager so that you can maintain a corporate compliance and control, while you can provide the access to the users with certain solutions like the applications availability, device management, so the employees will be productive, and the endpoint manager provides the capabilities of the application delivery, desktop virtualizations, the device managements. You can enroll the devices to the MDM solutions. You can create the different security policies like the enforcement of the passwords, the compliance policies, and the organization can use the endpoint manager so that they can also view the reports, they can run the queries, and they can manage the services. That includes the complete inventory of the operating system, software, and the hardwares we are using on the devices. So it provides the complete inventory of the operating system, the complete inventory of the operating system of OS, software, and hardware will be analyzed using the endpoint manager. So you can maintain the corporate compliance and control to provide the access to the different applications and the services. We have the desktop analytics. Now, desktop analytics, it is a cloud-based service. Remember, the desktop analytics, it's a cloud-based service, and the desktop analytics helps the administrators, so the administrators can collect the application and the hardware data from the clients. So the basic functionality of the desktop analytics is to provide the application data and the hardware data from the devices. It helps you to understand the application issues from the different sources. So it can help you to identify the issues with the applications that is based on the different devices that is available. You can also see the information whether the applications available with the latest hardware or not. You can also use the desktop analytics so that you can test the applications, you can remediate the applications based on the data collected by this desktop analytics. So desktop analytics basically we use so that we can get the information about the next deployment plans or the future deployment plans by accessing the factors like the application compatibility. As I said, the application compatibility is very important to understand, because with the applications compatibilities, we can make the plan for the next upgrade of the operating system. So this information that is collected by the desktop analytics, it can be used to generate the deployment plans by accessing the factors like the applications compatibility, the importance of the applications, and how widely we are using these applications with the different hardware configurations. The desktop analytics can quickly assemble the information, and we can use this information for the deployment plans, and we can use this information into our live deployments as well. We also have the MAP toolkits. This is the MAP toolkit. It's a Excel based tool, and this toolkit, the MAP toolkits, we can use so that we can understand the number of the applications being used in the environment and the applications compatibilities. MAP stands here for Microsoft Assessment and Planning. So it's a free utility, and with this utility, the IT administrators can determine which applications compatible, which softwares or the applications compatible to the new operating systems or not. These are the readiness tools, and these readiness tools we can use in our production environment so that we can check the applications compatibilities before rolling out a new upgrade to the operating systems. So that's why we say is don't assume anything in the production environment, because the production environments running on the critical applications, they are very critical applications that we may have in there. So we need to first understand the applications compatibilities and the applications information before rolling out this change. Now talking about accessing the applications compatibilities. So the application, as I said, the application that runs on Windows 7 or Windows 8.1 that typically works on the Windows 10 and later. Windows 10 and later is Windows 11. So we need to test the applications compatibility. So application compatibility, do not assume the application compatibility. Test the application compatibility by yourself whenever you rolling out the upgrade to any of the operating systems, right? So when we migrating with Windows 10 or with Windows 11, when the applications not compatible, try to modify the applications. Try to check if there is any modifications required on the applications, if it's a if it's a in-house design or in-house developed application. So we can try to modify the applications. If the application is from a different developer, we can try to check for the updates of these applications, whether the updates available for the applications or not. We can check if there is an version, if there's a upgrade in the version of the application or not. We can check whether the upgrade of the application is available or not. We need to understand the permissions to the resources, that what permissions do we have to the resources with this applications compatibilities. We can also try to run the applications in a virtualized environment. I have already explained the different virtualization environments where we can run the applications virtually. Also, we can try to run the applications with the alternative applications. So let's say the application is not completely compatible with Windows 10 or Windows 11, and this application is not that much business critical application for me. We can try to identify, we can try to explore if there is any alternative applications are available or not, right? So these are the applications compatibility options available, and here we can use these different applications so that we can test the applications. So the business critical applications plays an important role in the organization, and here we can have the accessing of the applications compatibilities. Now talking about the tools for the applications compatibilities and the migration. So we have the applications compatibility toolkit. In short, we call this solution as ACT. It's a well-known tool that we use to understand the applications compatibilities. So application compatibility toolkit, it provides a set of tools so that we can identify the inventory, we can analyze, and we can mitigate the phases of the applications compatibility. So here we have the database of the known applications, and we have the mitigations for the known issues. We have the compatibility administrator tool that can be used to create the fixes to your applications, and we can enable this application compatibility tool so that we can identify the applications compatibility. We have the client Hyper-V as well. Sorry, just to add more to the application compatibility toolkits, the application compatibility toolkits can diagnose the application compatibility issues as well. Here we can identify whether the application is compatible or not compatible with the operating systems as well. The application compatibility toolkits can also solve the application compatibility problems as well. And here we can get the greatest benefits from the applications compatibility toolkits before grading or before deploying the upgrades to the operating system, before deploying the updates. We have the client Hyper-V. So this client Hyper-V enables you to provide a local virtualized environment when the application is not compatible, or when the application is compatible only with the previous versions of Windows. So here we can install these applications that can be installed in the virtual machines. So this environment enables you to run the incompatible applications in the older operating systems when the application is not compatible with Windows 10 or Windows 11, where we can maintain the main operating system as the Windows 10 or 11, and we can deploy the virtual machines inside the operating system, and we can use the applications with a Hyper-V, with a virtualized environment. We have the remote desktop services. We discussed about the remote desktop services as well. In short, we call the services as RDS. With this remote desktop services, allows you to connect the remote computer, and you can have a RDS server host where the exact version of the operating system will be installed. The compatible version of the operating system will be installed with these specific applications, and you can allow your users to connect remotely to the computers to the specific application, right? So the remotely the applications can be connected. We have the Azure virtual desktops and the Windows 365 solutions that will combine the solutions of RDS and the Hyper-V virtualization technology. So we can use the Azure virtual desktops where we can deploy the applications on the Azure virtual desktops, or we can have the Windows 365. That's a subscription based model of the Windows based services. So this allows the administrators to easily implement and manage the virtualized machines without relying on the hardware client, so that we can host the applications directly on the client, and we can use the RDS connections to get the connection to these different applications and to these services. So these are the tools available for the applications compatibilities. Now, talking about planning a pilot. So before we roll out a particular change in the environment, we need to run the pilot deployments. So basically, when we deploy the updates, so the updates will be deployed in rings. Basically, we have the phased deployment. Now, with the phased deployments, what we actually do, we define certain phases for the deployments. These phases includes the 3 phases. With the phase 1, we first identify the users who will be comfortable to use the next rollout, or who are comfortable to upgrade their devices. So these users are from the IT department, or from the early, or these users are the early adapters of the new technologies. So with this phase 1, we can give this ample amount of time so that the testing will be performed prior to the deployments, and as soon as the testing is completed, we can collect the feedback. So with this phase 1, we can include the users, and we can engage the members in the initial pilot phase, and we can take their feedbacks, we can document their observations and the feedbacks, so we can perform the next update accordingly. So with the phase 1, we involve the users from the IT teams and the early adapters insiders, and we first test the environment with them, and then we can deploy the next phase with the pilot groups. So once you feel good about the phase 1, you can target a larger set of users in your second pilot phase. There, the second phase will be started, and you can involve the users from different roles, and you can involve the users having the different devices like laptop devices, desktop devices, right? Or the add-ins you can check. So with this, with the phase 2, you can perform the pilot you can roll out the update to a larger group of users. Then you can start the phase 3. Now the phase 3, with this phase 3, by this time you can perform the broad deployment phases. You will be refined the process, the communications. You can assign the communication to the users.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You can provide the trainings. You can provide the trainings that how the users can use the tools or the self-service tools. Also, you can perform this broad production rollouts to the departments, right? So you can deploy with certain rates that is manageable for your IT departments. So the support is also available to the users, right? So here we have the planning of the pilot that can be performed with these 3 phases. We can also call these phases as the deployment rings. That starts with phase 1, where we first select the users. Those are the early adapters or the users from the IT teams. Also, then we can roll out, we can collect the feedbacks, and then we can deploy the deployment, or we can perform this deployment to the next phase where we have the pilot groups. And with this environment of the pilot group, we can deploy the deployment with a large set of users, with a large number of the users. We can perform the phase 2, phase 3 as well, where we can perform the broad production rollouts, and we can document and we can collect the feedbacks. Also, we can need to communicate these changes to the other users in the environment, right? Okay, this is about the lesson 2. Now we'll be moving on to the lesson 3. That's lesson 3. It's about the on-premises deployment tools and strategies. So here with this lesson now, we're discussing that how traditionally we use the tools for the deployment, for the devices, for the deployment of the operating systems in our production environments. Right, so we'll be now moving on towards the lesson 3. This lesson 3, it's about the on-premises deployment tools and strategies. So here, talking about the introduction for this lesson. So here we're going to discuss about the different options for the traditional deployments. So here, with this lesson 3, we'll be discussing about the traditional deployments, because there are several on-premises methods that we use traditionally, and we use these methods for the operating system deployments within the organizations. And these methods we use with our on-premises infrastructure, with the traditional on-premises infrastructure. And here we'll be discussing about the deployment of the Windows using Microsoft deployment toolkits. So the Microsoft deployment toolkit, it's one of the majorly used tool, and this tool we use for the deployment of the operating systems within the organizations. However, we have now the cloud tools available that make the deployments much easier, and we have the cloud solutions available with the modern managements like Autopilot, or the integration of the configuration manager with Microsoft Intune, so that we can perform the operating system deployments. But it is also important to understand that what are the technologies do we have in our traditional on-premises environment. So here we'll be discussing about the way of deployment of the Windows using the MDTs. Here we'll be discussing about the deployment of Windows using the configuration manager. And here we'll be discussing about the in-place upgrade. Now, with this lesson itself, I'll be showing you the demonstrations of deploying the Windows using the Microsoft deployment toolkits. I'll be showing you some of the demonstrations that is based on the configuration manager. Let's talk about the traditional deployments and how we have the traditional deployments performed in order to deploy the operating systems. Now, see, the traditional deployment, that is completely based on the imaging process. So before this cloud environments, or before this modern environment, we used to have the concept of the image based installations. So we choose the images to deploy the operating systems. The administrators decide that which image will be required, which image will be used to reimage the operating system. And we have the 2 different options over here with the traditional deployments. So the first option available with the traditional deployment is the default image. So default image that comes with the operating system itself. So we have the device, and the device may have an operating system installed. So that we call it a default image. So when we want to use the default images with our environments, so there is no need to create the image. However, when the organization requires certain customization to be done on the operating systems. And basically, with the customized image, we can control the settings and the features of the operating systems, right? So there we can use the custom images. So the custom images needs to be created by the administrators. So these images must be created and maintained by the organization itself. Admin intervention is required in order to create the images. Application, talking about the default images. In the default images, the applications and the settings must be applied separately. So applications we have, maybe I need to install certain applications. So the applications needs to install separately. Even the settings must be applied separately to the devices. The settings are like blocking the admin account. Settings like blocking the settings application, blocking the users to uninstall and install the applications on the devices. So these settings must be applied separately. However, with the custom images, we have the options available where we can add the applications and the settings in the custom image itself. So the custom image that we're designing, or that we're defining, where in these different custom images or in the custom image itself, we can add the applications itself. So the applications and the settings can be included in these custom images. In the default image, we have the one image per architecture. So we can have the image that is based on the architecture. That's for the 64-bit devices. That is a single image can be used for the 32-bit devices that can be used for the organization. So one image we can define, right? However, with the custom images, the configurations and the applications, based on the configurations and the applications requirement, we can define the groups, and based on the groups or based on the departments, we can push the images, or we can perform the deployment of the operating system with the images itself. With the default images, we can send the updates to the applications when the application does not require the image to be rebuilt. So the updates can be sent to the same image itself. And here, when we updating the operating system or when we applying the updates, we don't need to rebuild the entire image. So that's comes under the default image. But when it comes to the custom images, with the custom images, the updates to the applications required the images to be rebuilt. So whenever the updates available for the applications, because these applications are included in the image itself. So when we updating the applications, or when we getting the updates for the applications, we need to update the entire image. So the entire image requires to be rebuilt, or we need to recreate these images. And as per the updates, we may need to recreate the images more frequently. Now talking about the overall deployment time. So with the default image, the overall deployment time is typically slower because the configurations and the settings must be applied after the installation of the operating system itself. So with the default images, the overall deployment time is typically slower as the configuration must be applied and the applications will be installed after the operating system image or after the operating system is deployed. However, with the custom images, we can we can make this process more faster. The overall deployment time will be faster because the configurations and the applications will be included to the image itself. So it's a little faster process because we don't need to first install the operating system, then install the applications, then configure. So we can have the images that there we call it the golden images, where in the images itself we can add the applications, and as soon as the applications added or the settings added, we can just need to deploy the devices with the images itself. Some of the applications can be difficult to automate the installations with the default images. So some of the applications, it may be difficult, and we have the limitations with the automations and the installations. So when the applications are installed on the reference images with the custom images, they are typically easier because we can include these applications in the images itself. So the applications will be installed on the reference machine, and the process it's easier because the applications and the settings included in the images itself. Now, talking about the tools we use for the deployment of the Windows. So we use the tools as Microsoft deployment toolkits. So Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, it's a well-known tool, and it provides a unified collections of tools, processes, and the guidelines. And with these unified collections, we can automate the desktop and the server deployments. How it can be beneficial for the organization? The Microsoft Deployment Toolkits can help us in reducing the deployment times, because we can automate the process and we can deploy the operating system to a wide range of devices. When the organization have multiple devices, we can deploy the Windows using the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So it can reduce the deployment time, because we can uh, install or we can deploy the operating system to multiple devices at once. It can help us in standardizing the desktops and the server images. So with this Microsoft deployment toolkits, we can standardize the desktops and the server images. So here we can define the golden images for the operating systems, uh, and there we can standardize the response with the standardized desktops and the server images. So we can have the images that is based on the organization itself. We can also use the Microsoft deployment toolkits for the Windows clients. So it can be used for the Windows clients, where we can deploy the Windows 10 to the client devices. We can also use the MDTs for the server deployments as well. So Microsoft deployment toolkits, it's not only limited with the client deployments. We can use the MDTs for the server based deployments as well. There are some prerequisites of the MDTs. We need to make sure that we have the on-premises Active Directory domain services environment. We need to make sure that we have the Windows 2016 or later. Basically, the MDT is also a free tool. There is no licensing cost involved. So the Windows server must be at least on 2016 or later. We can use the application deployment toolkits. ADKs we can use, the Windows ADKs we can also use for the application deployments, and that can be integrated with the MDTs. We can also have the Windows deployment services. That's an optional available. So Windows deployment services optionally available. Windows server update services. When the update services required, that includes the updates of Windows 2000, Windows Server 2016 or the Windows 2019. And here we can perform the updates to these server-based operating systems as well. Optionally available, but we can perform the Windows deployment services, and we can also deploy the Windows Server update services. So now you are moving towards the modern environment. So you started using the modern environment tools like Autopilot with Microsoft Intune, or still the Autopilot phase? The major difference in between the on-premises tools like the MDTs and the modern tools is we use for the deployment of the operating system, but there are certain prerequisites required. See, with the Microsoft deployment toolkits, we basically works with the images. So we can perform a brand new image, or we can configure the operating system with the image of the operating system. But when it comes to the modern management tools like Autopilot, we require some prerequisites, because the Autopilot is not a image based solution, it's a cloud native solution. So we have certain prerequisites also. So it's not similar to the way how we have the traditional deployments. The Autopilot is different. How it is different, that we'll be discussing with this course with the upcoming modules over here. Right. So we have this deployment of the Windows using the Microsoft deployment toolkits, and it's an on-premises infrastructure. I will show you the demonstration for those who are not very much familiar with this Microsoft deployment toolkits at the end of this lesson itself. Now, talking about deploying Windows using the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So there are some key features and the components we have for the deployment of the Windows using the MDTs, using the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So we need to make sure that we have the Windows client support. We need to make sure that the devices, we need to make sure that we have the Windows Server 2016 and later support, like 2016 and 2019, that's the latest server. We need to make sure that we have the ability to automate the sequential set. Basically, we can sequence the tasks into a single repeatable and a deliverable solution that can replicate it onto many devices, so that we can define the task sequences. Now with the help of the task sequences, we can perform the installation of the operating systems as well. We also have the user interface that enables the end users, so the end users can customize their Windows operating system installations. So The user interface also enables, so the users can also customize their Windows operating systems by themselves. And in this case, very less admin intervention is required. We can also display the status. So it's not only the management tool, we can also use it for the monitorings as well. So we can understand the status of the currently running the deployments. So we can see whether the deployments are success or the deployments are failed. We have the offline BitLocker. So BitLocker, it's an encryption technology so that we can encrypt the information. Now, we have another question. You might have another question that why the encryption is required or what is encryption? So encryption, it's a way of changing or encoding a clear text into the cipher text. So the information, as you can see on this slide, the information is displayed, and whosoever know the English as a language can read and understood this information. But when we encrypt this information, we can change this clear text data into the cipher text. There we use the encryption, and there we call the solution as encryption. So encryption solutions allows us to change the format of the information. Now, which encryption technology do we use with Microsoft solutions here? So we use BitLocker. So BitLocker, it's an encryption solution that we use, and with the help of the BitLocker, we can perform the encryption. Even in the Microsoft data centers, the BitLocker is being used for the encryption. BitLocker we use for the when the encryption solution is required when the data is at rest. Data is at rest means here that the data is stored somewhere. Data is stored somewhere means data is saved on a server, maybe on a hard drive, maybe on a cloud solution like OneDrive for Business. So here we have the data is at rest when the data is stored somewhere. We have the other phase of data when the data is in transit. So we can use the BitLocker in both scenarios, when the data is at rest or when the data is in transit. The data in transit means that we are accessing this data. Let's say I'm accessing some information from a server that comes under the data in transit, or when I'm sending an email or an encrypted email I'm sending, so that again comes under the data in transit. We also have the support for running the user state migration as USMT that captures the configuration, that captures the application data, the application configuration, the user information from the devices, and we can use this USMT tool so that we can migrate the information from the source device to the destination. We have the granular customization available with the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So granular customization is also available, and with these different options, we can deploy the Windows using the Microsoft deployment toolkit. It's a well-known tool that we use with our on-premises. But nowadays, we are moving towards the cloud-based environments. So the scenarios are different in the cloud. In the cloud or in the modern environment, we use the deployments of the operating system. And which tool we use? We use the Windows Autopilot. So the Autopilot can help us in configuring the operating system and customizing the operating system also. The Windows Autopilot we can also use, so the devices can be enrolled to the MDM solutions like Intune. Also, we can use the Autopilot, so the devices can be joined with the directory services like on-premises Active Directory domain services and the Azure Active Directory domain services, where we have the choice of joining the devices as an hybrid Azure AD join in case if you have the hybrid infrastructure deployed or the hybrid infrastructure configured, or else you can join the device as a pure cloud connected device. That's a Azure AD join devices. So guys, just wanted to know, do you have the basic understandings of the Azure Active Directory? Because with all these different concepts, when we start working on towards the modern environment, we'll be talking a lot about the Azure Active Directory. So you have the basic understandings of the Azure Active Directory. So basic idea of the Azure Active Directory is clear to you all. Can anyone tell me that why do we use this Azure Active Directory, or why there is a requirement of the directory services? Or let me ask another question. Let's say, can I use the Microsoft 365 services without the Azure Active Directory? So in order to use the services, let's say I want to use the Microsoft 365. In order to use the Microsoft 365, I need to log into the portal. I can access the portal.office.com, and there will ask for a username and password, right? And the username and password will be provided by a directory or by a identity provider solution. So Azure Active Directory, it's a cloud-based directory service. We also call this service as IDaaS, Identity as a Service. So Azure Active Directory is responsible for the identity, for the identities. It's also the identity provider of the cloud. And the Azure Active Directory is also responsible for the IAM solution. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. So providing identities, it's not the only job of the Azure Active Directory, but yes, it is also an important job for the Azure Active Directory. That's why we call the Azure Active Directory as Identity as a Service. However, the Azure Active Directory is also an identity and access management solution, IAM solution. That means the Azure Active Directory can be responsible for the authentication and the authorization services in some cases. With the cloud-based environments, we can also choose, or we can use the Azure AD as the repository for the authentication and the authorization services. So here, the Microsoft 365, it's a secured application provided by the Azure Active Directory. So in order to use any of the Microsoft 365 services, we need to have an identity provider. And there, with the cloud-only environments, we may have the identity provider as an Azure Active Directory, or else we can integrate these two identity providers, like the cloud-based identity provider as Azure Active Directory, and the on-premises directory solution, that is the Active Directory domain services. We can also integrate. We can integrate the on-premises Active Directory domain services and the cloud-based Azure Active Directory, and there we call this solution as synchronized or the hybrid environment. Now, why I'm focusing on this Azure AD? Because it's really important to understand the Azure AD joint devices and the hybrid Azure AD joint devices. When it comes to the pure cloud environments, we can join these devices as an Azure AD joint devices. For the synchronized environments, we can join the devices as an hybrid Azure AD joint devices. So there we also need to understand the concept of the Azure Active Directory. I'll be giving you the overview of the Azure Active Directory also. I'll be showcasing you that how the Azure Active Directory objects can be managed, because it is different from the on-premises infrastructure. So there is no concept of organization units in the Azure Active Directory, and there is no concept of group policies as well with the Azure Active Directory. Now, what we have in place of organization units, what we have in place of group policies, we have the groups that we can create, like a security group, mail-enabled security group, right? Or we have the conditional access-based solutions. And with these cloud-based Azure Active Directory, we can manage the identities with the conditional access, and there is no concept of the organization units anymore with Azure Active Directory. However, when it comes to the on-premises infrastructure, it is based and it can be managed through the organization units. So we have the group policies also, but there is no concept of the group policies also in the Azure Active Directory. We can create the conditional access policies in order to control the access to the resources, right? Thank you. So this is about a brief introduction of the Azure AD, and we have the different kind of the identities with Azure. With Azure, we have the cloud only identities, pure cloud, that means non-premises at all. We have the synchronized identities, that means we have created a integration in between the on-premises AD and the cloud Azure AD. Also, we have the federated environments. So yes, we can have the federated identities, and we can create a synchronized environment with the federation as well, where we can have a federation environment that is configured with the organization, and we can sync the federated identities when we don't want the authentication to be happen on the cloud. See, as I said, the Azure AD is also an identity and the access management solution. That means the Azure AD can be responsible for the authentication and for the authorization services. But what in case if the organization don't want the authentication to be happen on the cloud? The organization says that we don't want the authentication to be happen on the cloud. We want to keep the authentication on premises. So whenever the user is going to sign into any of the resources, this request will be first redirected to the on-premises, and from the on-premises, the token and the session token and the authentication token will be issued, and the users can log in. So there we can use the federation servers. We call this environment as federated environment. So all these three identities, you can make a note of it, that the Azure AD supports the cloud identities, cloud only. Second is synced identities, and the third one is the federated identities. So these are the three type of the identities supported on the Azure. Okay, now talking about deploying Windows using the Microsoft deployment. What is the setup? So here there are some components required in the Windows with the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So with the Microsoft deployment toolkits, we have the components as operating system. So we basically create the operating system images, right? And there we have the applications. So we can add the applications to our operating system images. After adding the applications, we can also use the deployment workbench. So basically we have the deployment workbenches with the Microsoft deployment toolkits, and with the deployment workbenches, we can add the applications, then the drivers. So using the deployment workbench, you can plan for adding certain drivers to your operating system itself. So you can add the drivers and you can create the profile. So the drivers would be available for the hardware that you are going to configure on a particular client device. Post drivers, we can also use the deployment workbench. So there we can use the deployment workbench so that we can add the Microsoft packages that you want to use. And there we have the commonly added packages, and the packages we can add the language packages as well, the different language packages that you want to include in our operating system deployments, right? So, and this can be done through the packages itself. Then we have the task sequences. The task sequences, these are the heart and the soul of the deployment solution. So when we creating a task sequence, you can select a template. So there are different templates available in the Microsoft deployment toolkits installation directly, and we can define the templates and the actions in the task sequences. And here we can first gather the information. So at first, with the gathering, it first reads the configuration settings from the deployment server. Then it goes into the second phase, and the second phase it performs the format and the partitions. That it creates the partitions and formats. Then with the third phase, it goes into the injecting of the drivers. So it determines that which drivers required to be there on the machine, and it will also helps in downloading the deployments from the centralized driver repository. Organizations may have a centralized driver repository. There the drivers will be injected, the drivers will be installed. Then we have the operating system. So we can apply the operating system, and once the operating system is applied successfully, then we can perform the Windows updates. So there, once the operating system is done, once the operating system is installed, we can have the Windows update. And here we can, for the Windows update, we can use a centralized server like a WSUS server, Windows Server Update Service. And here we can connect our device to this WSUS server, and we can update the machine, or we can update our client devices. Which service we can use? We can use the service here is WSUS. So it's a centralized server. Just to give you a brief and idea about this WSUS server. So it's a server that will be responsible for managing and pushing the updates. It will be a centralized server. So with this WSUS server, we can also defer the updates. We can defer the quality updates and the feature updates, so that we can first test the updates with our pilot groups, and then we can roll out the update to the rest of the devices in the production environments. So this way we can deploy the Windows using the MDTs, and these are the components of the deployment workbench. Now in the lab itself, I'll be showing you the way how we can deploy the workbench. Okay. Now talking about deploying Windows using the MDT. So there are certain considerations that you need to consider, and the MDT can be part of your overall deployment strategies. So first of all, you need to know, do you want to deploy a standard golden image to your users or not? You need to know that how many applications will be a part of this image, because you'll be creating the images and you can include the applications to the images itself. You also need to know, should the user have the choice about which application they have, so they can have the options available so that they can install their choice of applications to their devices, right? Should each device will be the same, or they are different devices? How many hardware types do you need to manage? Do you need to deploy the applications after the device has been built, or do you need the application to be deployed during the build of the devices? You need to understand that how you deliver the software updates, because there may be software updates, or there are software that is included in the images itself. So you need to understand, or you need to consider that how you will be delivering the software updates as well. In some cases, we may need to rebuild the entire image after updating the software packages. Now talking about deploying Windows using the MDT, and here we'll be talking about the image management. So first we create the reference image. There we add the necessary configuration that will build upon some of the prerequisites, such as the deployment share and the configuration rules and settings that we want to deploy on the image itself. Then we can add the applications to the captured image. So we can add the applications and the scripts that you want to install to the MDT, to the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits with the build app share. Then we can deploy the reference images with the task sequences, as I explained.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
All these different steps of the task sequences. So it will first start gathering for formatting and partitioning list, then it will apply the operating system image, injecting the drivers, and then applications will be installed. Now talking about deploying Windows with Microsoft Deployment Toolkits and the image management process. So here we have the light touch installation. Light touch installation, here we have some level of automation. So we can automate the deployments that requires very little user intervention. There we call it LTI, light touch installation, that requires very less user intervention. Like what? What are the examples? Like power on, turning the device on, connecting the device to the internet, clicking on next, verifying their Azure AD identities and the passwords, or their identities and the passwords onto the devices. So very less user intervention is required. And talking about the MDTs, Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, and the Configuration Manager, these both solutions supports the LTI deployments, light touch deployment supported with both solutions. LTI deployments also use the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits that requires a minimal infrastructure. Those are less complex as compared to the zero touch. So we have the LTI deployments that requires very minimal touch, very minimal infrastructure as well. There are very little admin intervention and very little user intervention is required, but it is less complex as compared to the zero touch deployments. We have the ZTI as well. There we have the zero touch installations. So with the zero touch installation, the deployment process is completely automated, and there with the zero touch installation, no user intervention is required. Where we can use these solutions? What are the use cases? We can use these zero touch installations on the kiosk devices. The devices we have as in kiosk devices in the organization itself, or the kiosk devices that we may see in the coffee cafes and all, right? So there we have the zero touch installations with the kiosk based devices like coffee shops or the shopping malls. Some of the organizations, they when they have the restricted production environments, they also have the kiosk devices or the shared devices, and this deployment can be completely automated. No admin intervention, no user intervention is required. Only required to be create the policies, and we just need to connect the device. We just need to power on the device, connect the device to the internet. That's it. Everything can be configured with the ZTI based installations. So it is beneficial when performing many deployment simultaneously. It can be difficult to implement the LTI, the light touch installations, and the user-driven installations, and requires the configuration manager. In some cases, with the zero touch installation, it also requires the configuration manager as well. We have the third option available with the MDTs. That option we call as user-driven installation. With the user-driven installation, the user can interact during the deployment. The user can give the certain choices of the configuration. Configuration options will be included, choosing the device name. So the user will be allowed to choose the device name. User can select the application to be installed, and through the packages, the languages can be selected by the users itself. So here we have the complete user-driven installation. This can be done when we are assigning a device to a user, and when the users require some sort of the customization on their devices. So there we can perform the UDI, user-driven installations. Okay, now talking about deploying Windows using the MDTs, managing and monitoring. So the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, it can be used for the management, and it can be used for the monitoring as well. So here the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits provides the inbuilt monitoring capabilities. So there we can identify, or we can understand the properties of the deployment share, and we can right click on the deployment shares, and we can select the monitoring tab, and we can enable the monitoring for the deployment share. As soon as the monitoring is enabled, you can track the task sequences, like how the task sequences is going on to the devices, how it's going on with the connectivities, and we can review the issues in case if any of the issues occurred during the deployments. So it also provides the configuration solutions. Now talking about the deployment using the configuration manager. So here we have the role of the configuration manager in the modern desktop generally with the modern management tools such as Microsoft Intune as the modern management tool, and Intune, it is the cloud-based solution, and integration of the Intune with the configuration manager, it is the first step, it also known as the first step towards the modern management. What do I mean by this statement? The another use case or the another live example is that only the cloud services does not mean the modern management. We can also have the modern management when we have the integration in between the configuration manager and the Intune. So configuration manager and the Intune can be integrated together, and we call this integration as co-management. So co-management is like the destination. Organizations can stay on this destination till time they want, and they can then, once this complete final stage is done, they can then integrate, or they can decommission their on-premises infrastructure, and they can move on to the cloud-based environments. So we have the modern management tools like Microsoft Intune, that is a subscription-based service with the subscription with a valid license. User can access or can use the Windows Autopilot. I'll be showing you the complete demonstration with the Autopilot, that how the deployment can be done with the Autopilot. But this is just for the reference here, that we have the modern management tools like Microsoft Intune and the Autopilot that provides the innovative changes to the configuration manager. And now it can act as a bridge in between the how the things were done in the past and how the things will be done in the next phase with the modern and with a more agile way. Talking about the buildings on the foundations of the MDTs. So here we can access to a wider expense to the task sequences that provides the variables which to utilize during the operating system deployments. We have the Microsoft deployment toolkits. There we have the rules and engines that can offer us a raft in built operations to add the operating system deployments. It also provides the ability to install Windows features without knowledge of code. So because it's a graphical interface based tool, so no need to have the knowledge of the coding, and you can deploy or you can install the Windows features without the knowledge of coding. We also have the log files collections, and we have the template task sequence wizards. So with the log files collections, we have the templates, and we have the task sequence wizard, and there we have the templates available, and through these templates we can basically perform the installation of the operating system. We can deploy the operating systems itself. Now talking about deploying Windows using the configuration manager, that's an introduction here. So the configuration manager provides the information, provides the options available, provides the options for the operating system deployments. Application management can be done. Update management can be done through the configuration manager. Servicing management, device inventories can be identified with the help of the configuration manager. Basic licensing tracking can be done with the configuration manager. We have the self-service software catalog where the users have the options available to install these applications or the softwares by themselves with the software catalog, so they can install the softwares by themselves. We have the cloud management capabilities that's also offered by the configuration manager. That means with this cloud management capability means that we can integrate the configuration manager and the Microsoft Intune solutions together. There we call this solution as co-management. We have the real-time queries and the reporting solutions available. We have the enterprise scalability, where we can scale up the whenever the new users join the organizations. We also have the integration with the Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory integration is also supported with the configuration manager itself. So when the device is managed by the configuration manager, we can also create the policy so the devices can be joined to the Azure Active Directory as an hybrid join devices as well. We have the proactive cadence adoption through the desktop analytics. So with the desktop analytics, we can have the complete information about the inventories, about the applications and all, so that we can keep the information about the inventories, and we can use this information in case if there is any upgrade or if there is any recent change in the operating system requirements. We have the remote control, so we can access the devices with the remote based solutions. So we can connect the devices with the remote control, so no physical intervention is required on the devices. The admins can connect with the remote control of the devices. We have the user settings. We have the capture and restore options available with the configuration manager. So configuration manager in itself, it's a huge topic, We are just discussing the overview of the configuration manager. However, they are discussing a lot of the options available that we use with configuration manager that is integrated with Microsoft Intune. But there is an introduction. There's only an introduction to the configuration manager with this course, right? So these are the key capabilities of the configuration manager. Most of you are also working on the configuration manager. So I believe you have the basic understandings, the way how we can manage the devices and the policies with the configuration manager. Talking about the deploying Windows using the configuration manager. So we have the configuration manager that we can use for deploying the operating systems, and we can deploy the operating systems with the boot images, where we can use the Windows pre-installed environment. So with the Windows pre-installed environment, we can use the images. So here it is also based on the imaging based process. So we can start the Windows deployment with the Windows images itself. We can start to boot the images from a CD drive, from a DVD drive, although for the latest operating systems or for the operating systems post Windows XP cannot be done with the Windows with the CD drive. At least a DVD drive is required because of the limitations we have on the CD drives. So a Windows XP can be installed with the CD, but the later operating system like 7, 8 requires a DVD drive. Or we can start the boot images with the ISO file or with the USB drive. Also, we can use it on the networking using a pre-boot execution environment servers. And here we have the Windows 64-bit platform also supported, and we can have the different options available where we can customize the boot images itself. Okay, now talking about deploying Windows using the configuration manager. So we have the operating system images. So these operating system images will be stored in the Windows imaging. In short, we call it WIM format. So we have this file format as .wim, and this is a compressed collection of the reference files folders that is required to successfully install and configure the operating system to a device. You can select the operating system image for all the operating system deployment scenarios. We have the operating system image upgrade packages. So we have the source setup file for the operating system. We can use this packages for deliver the vanilla image down onto a device. We can use the import operating system packages that can be done through the using the that can be done through the configuration manager from a DVD drive or from a mounted ISO files as well. We have the driver, we have the device drivers, so you can install the device drivers on the destination computers without including them into the operating system itself. So here we can choose the device drivers, and we can install the device drivers with the configuration manager. We can perform the software updates, and as I said, like software updates are quite important, so we can provide it. It can also provide a set of different set of the tools, and these different set of the tools we can use for the software updates as well. Okay, we have the task sequences as well. So here we can use the configuration manager, the task sequences that can be used for the zero touch installations, and we can here with the task sequences we can perform the automated deployment of the operating system to our. Talking about deploying the Windows using the configuration manager when it comes to managing and monitoring. So here we have the task sequences. So with the MDT task sequences, we can have the information about the managements and the monitoring as well. So we can integrate the configuration manager and the task sequences so that we can get the binaries for the greater flexibilities, and we can use the different scenarios where we can use the task sequences as well. Now talking about the deployment collections, after creating the task sequences, you can target it to a deployment collections here, and it can prevent the unintended delivery of the operating system. You can target the unknown computers to present the new device that is acquired with the ability of to launch the created task sequences. Okay, so this way we have the managing and the monitoring solutions available with the task sequences itself. Then we have the planning for the in-place upgrades. The in-place upgrade is actually a recommended path to Windows 10 or to the Windows 11s. Here with the in-place upgrades, we can upgrade the operating system. And when we upgrading the operating system with an in-place upgrade, it preserves the user data. It preserves the data. It preserves the settings. It preserves the applications, and it preserves the drivers as well. So here we have the in-place upgrades. In-place upgrade path must be supported by the provider. So the examples for the in-place upgrade is now the Windows 10 can be upgraded with an in-place upgrade to Windows 11. Windows 10 to Windows 11 that is supported with the in-place upgrades. So once we performing the in-place upgrades, it will preserve the data, it preserves the settings, it preserves the applications and the drivers. So we don't need to have a complete backup on the things in case if it's a critical data we have on the devices, but it's good to have a backup for a safer side. But with the in-place upgrades, the devices can be upgraded with the preservation of the data, settings and the applications and the user configurations as well. However, like after upgrading, if the users is not satisfied, the user is not happy, or maybe your application is not working well, then you have the options available so that you can roll back. So it can be rolled back by any point whenever the organization requires. So we can also roll back at any point of time. It can also provide the options available for the Windows setup. We have the options available where we can use the task sequences that leveraging the Microsoft deployment toolkits or the configuration manager itself. Now, the consideration, there are certain configurations and these considerations are very important for the in-place upgrades because there are some limitations for the in-place upgrades. So the in-place upgrades path must be supported. So if it's a 64-bit operating system, it can be upgraded to the 64-bit. That means the 32-bit cannot be upgraded to 64, or the 64-bit cannot be downgraded to 32, right? So we cannot upgrade from 32 to 64. Also, we cannot downgrade from 64 to 32. We need to make sure that we have the sufficient hardware resources available. So let's say I'm upgrading my device from Windows 10 to Windows 11. I need to make sure that the sufficient hardware resources available. We need to make sure that the applications are also supported with Windows 10 or Windows 11. So previously, when Microsoft launched Windows 10, so that time the in-place upgrade path was supported from Windows 7, Windows 8.1 to Windows 10. Now Microsoft have also announced the Windows 11. So the in-place upgrade is also available from Windows 10. So the users running on Windows 10, they can also upgrade to Windows 11 and there is no additional cost required. It can be upgraded with the standard images. That means it can be upgraded through the install.wim based solutions only. So this is the end of the module 1. Now let me quickly take you to the lab so that I can show you the demonstrations for the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit. I'm going to show you the demonstration for the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits. Although most of you already aware about the way of creating the operating system images with the MDTs, but for them who are new to this Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, they can also get the fair understanding about this, the way of creating the images with the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits. A quick moment, let me just launch my lab. Okay, now I'm going to show you the demonstration of installing the Windows 10 deploying the Windows 10 using the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits. So let me log into my device. So I'm on this server, and on this server I have the 2019 data center installed, and here I'm going to use the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, and I'll be creating a new deployment share. So here I have this Microsoft Deployment Toolkits already installed. Give me a quick moment. Okay, so I'm in this server. I have the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit installed. So I can click here, and here I'm going to create a deployment share. So here I click on the start. I see the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits. I can see the components of the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, right? And before we create a deployment share, I need to first mount the ISO file. So here I need to go to the File Explorer, and here I have the ISO files in a particular folder. And here I'll mount it. Very simple option available, and this way I can mount this ISO file. Right, and here now, as soon as the files are mounted, then I can go to the start and I can click on the Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, and here I need to click on the deployment workbench. Right? So I'm in the deployment workbench over here, and here I need to right click on the deployment shares, and I can click on the new deployment share. And here on the path, I need to select the path where I have the files stored. So here I need to go to the path that is E drive. So here I can change the deployment path to E, and here I can click on next. I can check out the share name, and I can simply click on next. I can review the deployment and the share descriptions, the descriptive name. I can simply go next. And here I have the options that I can configure. So in the options page, we can configure the options like the ask if the computer backup should be performed, ask for the product key, right? So I'm unchecking all the options here. I'm just going to check a single one option that requires the local admin password to be enabled on the device. Simply go next. I can review the summary. Next. That's done. This way I can create a deployment share. Then to this deployment share, I can add the operating system. Once it's completed, this is completed, I can click on finish now. And now I can add the operating system files to the deployment share. So here on the deployment shares, I can expand, and here I can right click on the operating system. So here I have the option available for the operating system. I can click on import operating system option over here, and here I can see the import operating system wizard, and here I can select the options available as full set of source files, custom image file, Windows deployment, service images. So here I can select the options according to the need, right? So here for this demonstration, I'll be choosing the option as full set of full source files, right? And here now I can select the source directory, and here the source directory I have as F drive, and I can select next. I can select the destination directory name. I leave the default name here, and I can go next. I can click on next, and here I can have now the operating system added to the deployment shares, right? Now I'll be adding the applications to the deployment shares as well. Please wait while it's in progress. Okay, it is finished. Now I can go to the applications, and I can add the applications over here. So I can right click on the applications, and here I can click on new application, and this will open the application wizard, and I can choose the applications. I can choose the application that I want to add, and here I'll be choosing the applications with source files. I can simply go next. I can enter the information about of this application, like the publisher and the name of the applications and all. So I'll type the publisher as Microsoft. The application name, which application I'm adding this XML notepad. I can go next. I can define the source directory, and here I can enter the application path. So this is the application path I have. I can go next, and here I can specify the name of the directory that should be created. I'll leave it to the defaults, and I can enter now in the, I can go next, and here I can specify the command line for this particular application, and I can go next. That's done. So now the application is also added. I can verify that this application is now showing in here. So on the confirmation page, we need to ensure that the process is complete, and I can see the applications in there. Now I'll be going to create a task sequence. So here I have performed 3 tasks. First, I created the deployment share, then I added the operating system, then applications. Now moving forward, the next task, and that is the 4th task, and here I will be creating the MDT task sequences. Now here I'll be selecting the task sequences, and I have the folder available for the task sequences, and I'll right click on the task sequences, and here I will start the new task sequence. Here I can give the sequence ID. I'll give the number as 001. I can give the task sequence name. I can give the name as Windows 10 Enterprise. So this way I can do it. I go next, and here now I can select the templates. If you remember, we talked about the options available where we can select the templates. So we have these different templates available. So I'll choose the template as standard client task sequence. I go next. I can review the operating system here. I can go next, and here I can specify the product key information. So we have these different options available for the product keys, right? So here I can specify the product key, and at the moment I'm choosing the option do not specify a product key at the moment at this time, because this is only for the demonstration purpose. So here I'm selecting this option in case if you have the multiple keys to be activated, or in case if you have a particular key for a particular operating system, you can add those keys in here. So the operating systems can be activated. So here I can simply go next. I can assign the names as the name for this, for the user, the organization name and all. I can add the name here as the Contoso Corporation, as this is the domain that I'm using here. I can go next. There I can also update the admin passwords. I can use the admin passwords here. I can go next. That's it. I can verify. I can take a look on this summary. I can go next. I can click on finish now. I can see the name of the task sequence over here. Right? It is done. Now we can configure the configure deployment share and the Windows PE settings. And here I can go to the properties here in the MDT deployment share. Under the properties, I can configure the Windows PE, Windows per installation. So here I can I can click on the rules. I can see these different tabs available that I can verify the current settings, right? And I can review the general settings as well, where I can see the platform supported. And I can, under the rules, I can verify the INI files as well. And here, this is just to verify the information over here, right? I can also go into the Windows PE, and here under the features, I can enable the function, the features that I need to be there on my device, on my client device. So here I can enable certain features like the ISM commandlets, the Windows PowerShell. So I can enable the features over here, right? And I can just simply click on OK. That's done. Now this way, we have configured the task sequences, we have configured the applications and the operating system as well. Now we can go ahead and perform the deployment of the Windows 10 using this MDT. So now I'm going to show you that how with this with this Microsoft deployment toolkits, we can install the operating system. So here on this virtual machine itself, I'm using the Hyper-V, right? Under this Hyper-V, I'll be installing the Windows 10 to this virtual machine. So this is a virtual machine that I'll be using. Under the actions, I can import the virtual machine. I can see the options available where I can create the switch, a virtual switch manager. I can review the Hyper-V settings. But here for this options, we'll be configuring the network, right? So here on the SVR2, we'll be creating the virtual switch. So here I'll be creating a virtual switch, and here under the virtual switch properties, I'll be selecting the external and I'll be creating a virtual switch. And I'll give the name as a virtual switch, or I can give the name as external network because I'll be creating this virtual switch for the external network, right? Okay, here I can click on OK. I can click on yes. This is for the network, for the connections. And then here I can right click here and I can click on new and I can click I can create a virtual machine, right? I can review this information and I can simply go next. I can give the name to this virtual machine, and here for this demonstration purpose, I'll give the name as SEAWS4, right, so that we can easily identify. And here I can store the virtual machine information to a particular drive, and here I'll be selecting the option as E drive where I'll be saving this virtual machine information. So this is the hosted kind of a virtualized environment that I'm working with. Okay, I'll be going next. Here I can select the virtual machine generation. Done. I can modify the startup memory for this virtual machine, or I can choose the dynamic memory for this virtual machine. I can go next. I can also select the connection, and I have created the connection for the external network. Here I can click on the external network as well. I can go next. I can define the name of this virtual hard disk. So the hard disk is in the format of VHDX. So I can define the information, and I can also define the size for this virtual machine hard drive. So at the moment for this lab purpose, I'll just assigning the 60 GB, and I can go next. Okay, I can see the installation options now, and I can select the option here to install the operating system from a bootable drive, and I can click on browse here. I have the location that is copied with me, and I can paste this location over here. Okay, I can click on next. I can click on finish now. So I have set up the information for this virtual machine, and the operating system now will be deployed as per the configuration I have configured. Right. Let me just check it. Okay, I think the boot image is not installed correctly, but this is the process, right? So this way, once I click on finish now, so the installation options is configured and the operating system will be installed accordingly, right? So this way we have the MDTs, and this way the Microsoft deployment toolkits can be used to deploy the operating system with the images, right? So these are the options available. I may need to look on the Windows options once again, as it's not getting the boot images over here, but this is just to give you the idea that how we can use the Microsoft deployment toolkits. So this is the end of the module 1 here. So here with this module, what we have covered, we covered the enterprise desktop. We covered about the deployment readiness, the different tools we can use for the deployment readiness. We also talked about the deployment tools and the different strategies, right? The Azure Active Directory, it's a cloud hosted service that is a managed service provided by Microsoft. This Azure Active Directory is included with certain SKUs with certain licenses of Microsoft 365. Also, the Azure Active Directory is available with the premium licenses with our dedicated licenses of Premium P1 and Premium P2. So what are the services offered in the Azure Active Directory premium licenses? That's what we're discussing here with this lesson itself. Talking about the overview of the Azure Active Directory. If I talk about the introduction for this lesson, so first we'll be discussing about the Azure AD Overview. We're discussing that how this Azure AD is different from the on-premises platform that we used to call the Active Directory domain services. Here we also be discussing that how we can use the Azure Active Directory as the directory services to use with different cloud applications. As I said, the Azure Active Directory is also an IAM solution, that stands for Identity and the Access Management System. So we can also use the Azure Active Directory in order to sign in with different cloud applications. How it can be done, how we can use the Azure Active Directory with the different cloud services, that's what we'll be discussing with this lesson itself. And here we'll be discussing the overview of the different licenses available with Azure Active Directory. So we'll be discussing here the different licenses solutions available, like a free license and a premium P1 and a premium P2.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Also, we'll be discussing about the domain services overview of the Azure Active Directory. So, if I talk about the overview of the Azure Active Directory, so Azure Active Directory, it's a Microsoft managed service, and it's a part of platform as a service. That means with this Azure Active Directory, Microsoft is giving you this platform where you can manage your identities for your organization. You can create the policies as well. With the Azure Active Directory, you can create the user accounts, you can create the groups, and you can manage these different user accounts, these groups with policies. Now, what are the functionalities we have with Azure Active Directory? So with Azure Active Directory, you can configure the access to the applications. You can use the services of Azure Active Directory like single sign-on, and with the services of the Azure Active Directory, the configuration and the access to the applications can be provided. That means if you have the store applications, you may have your organization applications. Maybe these are your productive applications. Maybe these applications are designed in-house for the user productivities or to complete the projects. So these access can be configured with the Azure Active Directory. So you can configure the access to your line of business applications, to your on-premise applications. You can integrate your own in-house design application that is hosted with on-premises with the Azure Active Directory using the proxy services of Azure. So Azure provides the proxy services where you can configure the access to the applications. You can also configure the single sign-on to the cloud-based application. What do I mean by this single sign-on? So Azure Active Directory helps you or helps the organization to configure the single sign-on based services. With the single sign-on services, we can configure the sign-in access to the different cloud-based applications. So in an environment, there may be some Microsoft-based SaaS applications like Office 365, or there may be some non-Microsoft-based SaaS applications. Examples are like Box, Dropbox. There are some applications available from the different providers like non-Microsoft providers like Salesforce, ServiceNow. So you can also configure the single sign-on so the users can sign into the non-Microsoft SaaS applications with the Azure Active Directories. So the different cloud-based SaaS applications can be signed in with the Azure Active Directories. We can manage the users and groups. So the users accounts we can create with Azure, the groups accounts we can create with Azure. So the different groups we have. I'll be showing you the demonstration that how the users can be created and how the different groups can be created with Azure Active Directory. We can enable the federation with Azure Active Directory in between the organization. So in case if our federation is required in between the organization, we can set up the federation. We can also provide the identity management solution. So Azure Active Directory, as I said, it's the identity as a service. So Azure Active Directory can be used as an identity management solution where the administrators can manage these identities through the portal, basically through the cloud-based portal. And we can create the different policies based on the users, based on the departments as well. Azure Active Directory also provide the reports. So the administrators can review the reports about the irregular sign-in activities. So this is possible through the Azure Active Directory where we have the reports available so that we can identify the abnormal activities. Also, we can review the successful sign-ins and the failed sign-ins with the reports available with Azure Active Directory dashboard. We can also configure the multi-factor authentication. See, multi-factor authentication, it's quite important now with the different identities, because with the help of the multi-factor authentication, we can add one more step in the authentication process, because only the username and password is not secure enough. It's not the proper security anymore. This is a very true statement, because the malicious actors or the hackers, they use the different sophisticated attacks to compromise the user accounts. The examples of these attacks are like phishing attacks or spoofing attacks. Now, with these different attacks, they can retrieve the user and password, and the account can be compromised. Once the account is compromised, once they have the information about the user and password, the malicious actors or the hackers can also sell out those identity and password pairs on the dark webs as well. So there we can enable the multi-factor authentication on the cloud itself without the need of additional infrastructure. So we can enable the multi-factor authentication on the cloud itself, where the accounts can be authenticated with a one-time passcode with an OTP that you will receive on your registered phone number. You can answer a phone call on your registered phone number. There are different methods available for the multi-factor authentication. You can also use a application with your smartphones so that you can authenticate your sign-in with regards to the Azure Active Directory. You can also extend your existing on-premises solution. For example, let's say you have your on-premises Active Directory domain services that is completely configured. So with this on-premises Active Directory domain services, you can interconnect the Azure Active Directory, where you can create a synchronized environment, and you can connect your on-premises infrastructure, that means the on-premises Active Directory domain services, and you can integrate this solution with the Azure Active Directory. Once this solutions is integrated, we call this solution as, and we call this environment as a synchronized environment. So we can set up a synchronized environment as well, and we can interconnect these on-premises and the cloud solutions together. How it can be done? This can be done with the help of a tool, and this tool is known as Azure AD Connect. Previously, there was a different name to this tool. Previously, we used to call this tool as directory synchronization, but now there's a change in the name. We call this tool as Azure AD Connect. I'll be showing you the demonstration that how we can configure, how we can download this Azure AD Connect, and how we can create a synchronized environment, and what all options available for this synchronized environment. We can configure the conditional access policies. As I said yesterday, there is no concept of group policies, there is no concept of organization units, but then how we can control the access to the resources without the group policies in Azure. So in Azure, we have a concept of conditional access. So we can create the conditional access to the identities. With the conditional access, we can simply define that in what conditions the resources can be accessed, or we can define that in what conditions the resources cannot be accessed. So we can simply define the conditions. Based on the conditions, we can take the actions like blocking the access, allowing the access, or requiring the additional authentication requirements when the user is going to sign. Also, we can provide the limited access. So the different policies we can create with conditional access with Azure Active Directory. Now, this is an overview of the Azure Active Directory. Let me quickly sign into my portal, to my test tenant, and I'll show you that how the Azure Active Directory can be managed in a production environment, and how you can access this Azure Active Directory as well. So here it goes. Oh yeah, so this is my lab environment, and this is my test tenant. So this is my Microsoft 365 admin center. If I click on show all, I can see the admin centers that's available for my identity itself. As I'm a global administrator for this tenant, that means I can access all the admin centers. So the global administrator is the highest privileged account in a Microsoft 365 environment. So I can see the admin centers available, and in these admin centers, I have the Azure Active Directory. So I can click here on the Azure Active Directory. It will take me to the portal.azure.com, and here it will redirect me to the Azure Active Directory portal. So this is my Azure Active Directory dashboard. I can see the organization name, I can see the licensing information, and here I can click on the Azure Active Directory. Now, under the Azure Active Directory, I can see the options like manage. Under the manage option, I have the users. So here, this way, I can see the users I have in my Azure Active Directory. I can click on the user account so that I can make the changes, or I can review the complete information of this user itself. So here I can see the user information, the user profile. As an administrator, I can also reset the passwords for the users. So the Azure Active Directory, the identities that is provided by Azure, that is completely depends upon the permissions. What kind of the permissions I have on my identities. So whatever permissions I have on my identities, based on those permissions, I can perform the different admin task. As I said that I am a global administrator for this tenant. That means I have the highest privilege account and I can make all the changes to the user accounts with this global administrator. However, in your production environments, you may see the role-based administrators. So with these role-based administrators, we can assign the different set of permissions to the users. Like a password administrator I can create. The user with this password administrator will be responsible to reset the passwords for the users. Also, we have the other role-based admin accounts like an exchange administrator, mobile device management administrator, security administrator, compliance administrator. So we have the different admin roles. Now, based on the expertise of the user and based on the department in which the user is working, we can assign the roles and the permissions to the user. Now, based on the permissions and the roles, the users can perform the different tasks. We call this solution as role-based access control. In short, we call it RBAC. So I can see the profiles. I can also see if there is any assigned roles to this user. So in case if the user have any active assignments, any roles assigned, I can see those active assignments in the assigned roles. So here I can see that this user also have a role of billing administrator. So this way I can review whatsoever roles assigned to this user. I can also review the information if the user is a part of a particular group. So like I have certain groups like a security group or a Microsoft 365 group in case if I want to know if the user have any access or a part of any group. So this way I can review the groups as well. I can see the applications, the licenses, the devices. All this information is available for this user in the Azure Active Directory. We can also create a new user account. So I can click on new user. I can create a user, and that's going to be a new user in the organization. That means a internal user for the organization. I can also invite the users. So there are scenarios where we may need to invite the users. Maybe it's a user from my partner organization, and we may be working on the same project. So I may need to share the resources with a particular user. So I can also invite a user, and I can invite a user so that we can have a collaboration with the organization applications, and we can invite any mail enabled user. So I can invite a user with the Gmail account. They can use their own identities and the password to log into my resources, and I can control that what information they can access. I don't need to open the entire directory services to the guest user. So we have the concept of the internal user and the guest user. The internal user is the user for the organization. Also, we can invite a user so that we can share the resources, and the invitation of the user, inviting the user, we can do it with the use case scenarios where we may need to have some in collaboration with my business partners, with my clients, or else I can invite my customers as well so that they can review these services as well. So this way I can create the user accounts, and I can fill in the details over here, like the username, the first name, last name. I can assign the groups. I can enable the settings like blocking the sign in, user location and all. And this way the user accounts can be created. I can also create the user account using the Microsoft 365 Admin Center as well. So here under the users, I can click on active users. Under the active users, I can go ahead and create the user accounts. And these two portals, the Microsoft 365 Admin Center and the Azure portal, they are in real-time sync. So if I make any changes, if I created an account from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, those changes is going to replicate on the real time with the portal.azure.com in the Azure Active Directory. At the back end, the Azure Active Directory is responsible for all the identity management services. The Azure Active Directory is also responsible for the authentication and the authorization services. There is a different option available when I can choose to have the authentication happens on premises, but that's a different scenario that we can configure. I'll show you that how we can configure that option. But By design, when we have the cloud-based environments, the Azure AD will be responsible for the authentication and the authorization services. So this is an overview of the Azure Active Directory, and we have the options for the groups. So we can create the different type of groups with Azure Active Directory. And in case if I have certain groups created, I can review all these groups under the group option. I can also review these groups from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Here I need to click on Teams and Groups. Under the Active Teams and Groups, I can review the groups I have with my Microsoft environment. Okay. All right. Now talking about the difference and talking about the comparison of the Azure Active Directory and the Active Directory domain services. So if I talk about the Active Directory domain services, it's a true directory service that have a X500 based structure. This is the on-premises Active Directory domain services. I can show you the Active Directory domain services as well. I believe most of you are more into the on-premises Active Directory domain services, but for them who are new to this on-premises Active Directory domain services, we can access this Active Directory domain services on our domain controller. So I just switched to my domain controller over here, and this is my domain controller. In order to access this Active Directory users and computers, I can go to the server manager. Under the server manager, I can click on tools, and from the tools, I can click on Active Directory users and computers. So this is how we can access the on-premises Active Directory users and computers. I can see my domain name here, and I can see the organization units. So these are my organization units. I can add this user. I can add the user to any of the organization units from the options available. I can also go into the organization units, and I can right click on the organization units in order to create the new user accounts or any kind of the objects. So this way I can access the on-premises Active Directory domain services. So it is based on the X500 based structure. Now, why do we need the Active Directory? Why do we need the directory services with our production environments? So the directory services provides a centralized management solution where we can create the identities. Also, we can create different policies, and we can define that what resources and what information can be accessed. Also, we can create the authentication and the authorization solution for the organization itself. So that was the need of the directory services. And in the traditional environments, we used to have the on-premises environment, and we basically have a server. For example, I have this server where I have the server-based operating system installed, like server 2012 R2. So with this server, I can promote this server by adding the role of Active Directory domain services to the domain controller, and then I can manage the on-premises Active Directory domain services. It uses the on-premises Active Directory domain services. It uses the organization units. So we have the OUs, we have the group policy objects for the management of the directory services. However, there is no concept of organization units and the GPOs in the Azure Active Directory. It is a cloud-based solution that is designed to access, and this is designed based on the internet-based applications. The on-premises Active Directory domain services can be queried through the LDAP protocol, through the LDAP calls. That LDAP stands here for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. However, with the Azure Active Directory, we use the different APIs. So we use REST API, and the connection is made on the protocols like HTTP and HTTPS because it is based on the internet-based applications. The on-premises Active Directory domain services, it uses the Kerberos-based authentication. So Kerberos-based authentication we use that provides the ticketing service, ticketing granting service we have. And in order to authenticate the user accounts, we have the Kerberos-based authentication with on-premises Active Directory domain services. It includes the computer objects, also includes the functionality where we can make the domain join devices. So we can connect the devices to the domain join, and we can connect the computers and the devices to our network, and we call those devices as a domain join devices. The on-premises Active Directory requires the DNS for any sort of the resource access. So we need to publish the records for the DNS, for the domain name services, so that we can access the resources from the domain controllers. With the on-premises Active Directory domain services, we also need to create the trust in between the domains. So let's say we have subdomains, or let's say we have some child domains. Also, we may have some partner organizations. There we can create a trust so that we can perform a delegated management, and we can have the trust in between these two organizations. So the resources can be accessed. On the other hand, we have the Azure Active Directory. It is based on the HTTP and the HTTPS protocols. It supports the SAML token services as well. So the SAML token services we can enable when the organization needs some SAML token services and the SAML functionalities to access the different applications, because Azure Active Directory can be responsible for the complete identity services and the complete authentication solution for the organization. And we may have different applications where we may have the line of business applications. Also, we may have some InDesign developed applications. So in order to get the access management on these different applications, we can create the SAML token as well. So we can also create the federation in between the tenants. Also, we use the open identities. So Azure AD supports the open identities as well with modern authentication, where the users can also sign in with their own identity provider, with their Gmail account, with their Facebook account, with their own accounts. They can sign in to the resources if we invite the user. So it is completely based on the invitation link. So whenever a guest user access is required, we can create a guest user account, and it basically works with an invitation link. So as soon as we added a guest user will receive the invitation link. As soon as the user redeem the invitation link, they can access the resources. And here, when the guest users are accessing the resources, as I said previously, we don't need to open the entire environment to the guest users. We can open a certain or a limited kind of the access to these users. So with the limited access, the users can access these guest users, to be more precisely, can access the resources that have been assigned to. So we have the open identities that can be used for the authentication, and we can use the invitation links to get the access for the guest users. Now talking about the Azure AD as a directory services for the cloud applications. So talking about the directory services that is managed by the Azure. So Azure Active Directory is act as a directory services for all the different cloud applications. So we have the cloud applications like Office 365, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Dynamics, Intune. All these different cloud-based solutions require a directory solution. So let's say I want to access portal.office.com. So in order to access this portal.office.com, I need to have a directory. I need to have a username and password. Now, who is the provider of the username and password? At the backend, the Azure will provide this username and password. So each cloud service requires a directory service. When it comes to the Microsoft environment, when it comes to the Microsoft cloud-based environment, the Azure Active Directory, it's the directory for the services. So these identities provided by Azure Active Directory itself, with these with the information like UPNs and the passwords, the users can access the resources. The Microsoft 365, Office 365, Microsoft Dynamics, these are the examples of the secured applications that can be accessed by the Azure AD identities. So these cloud services have their own directory, and the directory here is the Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory can also serve as a single directory for multiple cloud services. The examples of the multiple cloud services are like Office 365, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Dynamics, or the additional Microsoft cloud services like mobile device management, like the Intune portal. So here the Azure Active Directory can serve as a single directory services for multiple cloud services. It can be a Microsoft based cloud applications, or it can be a non-Microsoft cloud applications or non-Microsoft SaaS based cloud applications. Azure Active Directory have its own marketplace where we have more than 16,000 of the applications. Those are ready to integrate with Azure Active Directory. And these applications are the non-Microsoft applications as well, like the G Suite applications, Amazon Web Service applications, Salesforce, ServiceNow. So these applications can also be integrated with the Azure Active Directory. What do I mean by this statement? With this integration, with the integration of the different SaaS applications with Azure, the users can use the Azure identities and they can sign into the non-Microsoft SaaS applications as well. We can also enable this single sign-on. So Azure AD we can use with the single sign-on based services. So no need to have the different passwords for different applications. So we can enable the single sign-on based services with Azure Active directory, and as soon as the single sign-on is enabled, the users can use the same user and password in order to sign into different applications, be it an line of business application, be it an on-premise application, or it may be a non-Microsoft SaaS application. We can also use the Azure AD with the custom applications. So there are different applications we may have in our organization. These different applications are like the cloud-based SaaS applications. These applications may be store applications. These applications may be in-house developed applications. So you can use the Azure AD with all your custom applications. When it comes to the on-premise applications, so you can integrate your on-premise application with application proxy. So application proxy provides you the connectors, so you can enable the connectors, and with the help of these different connectors, you can connect your on-premise applications with Azure AD, and the application, those are based on the legacy protocols. They can also interconnect. They can also be integrated with Azure. So for example, let's say you have a legacy application, and this legacy application it's a very old application, and this application does not support the modern authentication protocols like conditional access or multi-factor authentication. But this application is important for my organization, and I want to integrate this application with Azure. What I can do here, directly this application cannot be integrated with Azure because this is a application that does not support the modern protocols like HTTP and HTTPS. So in this case, we can connect this application with application proxy through the connectors. We can connect this application. Once this application is connected through the Azure AD application proxy, then we can also use the modern protocols in order to get the access of this application, where we can also enable the single sign-on. We can enable the multi-factor authentication. We can also enable the additional authentication solutions like conditional access and all. So that plays an important role where we can have the application proxy, and with the help of this application proxy, the applications can be accessed. Even the legacy or the in-house design applications can be interconnected with the Azure Active Directory. Now talking about the licenses available. So Azure AD, as I said, it's a hosted service and it's a subscription-based solution. So here we have the Azure Active Directory that's available with the licenses. So we have the free license. The free license is available with certain M365 licenses, and we have the premium licenses for sure. I can show you the licenses options on the Microsoft article itself. What are the different pricing options available for Azure? So here, this is the Microsoft document for the Azure Active Directory and the pricing model. I can change it to US dollars, or you can change it to any of the currency. So here we have the Azure Active Directory that's available with the free licenses as well. So there are free editions available of Azure Active Directory with Office 365 applications for enterprise license. However, there are the premium licenses available with Premium P1 and the Premium P2. Now, the premium license of Azure provides the premium features, where we can use the premium features like the access management solution, identity and access management solution on the cloud. We can also enable the self-service solutions like self-service password reset, where the users can reset their own passwords. No admin intervention is required. We can also set up the hybrid solutions, where we can create a synchronized environment with our on-premises infrastructure. That service is available with the Premium P1. We have the Premium P2 as well. So the Premium P2 includes all the features that we have in Azure Active Directory. However, it supports advanced features as well. So the advanced features we have supported with the Azure is the Azure AD Identity Protection. So we have the Azure AD Identity Protection. That service we use for protecting the user identities, where we have the concept of risky users and risky sign-in, so that we can understand the sign-in risk of the users in case if the identities are compromised, so that we can get the report of the compromised identities. We can block the sign-in attempt. Also, we can review how many identities have the risk on them. So the risk score will be calculated with the solution provided by Azure. There we have the Azure AD Identity Protection. Also, we have the another advanced service that's available only and only with the Premium P2. That is the Privileged Identity Management. In short, we call this solution as PIM. So here we have the privileged identity management. Now with this privileged identity management, we can provide a just-in-time access to the resources. For example, the use case here is, let's say there is an admin for the organization. This admin is the global administrator for the organization. Now, for some of the reasons, this administrator is going on some leaves. So this administrator is not available for a complete month. Now, in the absence of this global administrator, the organization is also running hiring drive. So that means the new people will be joining this organization. Now, who will create the user accounts in the absence of the global administrator? So here we can use the concept of privileged identity management. So we can provide a just-in-time access to another user. In this example, we may have another junior administrator, and to this junior administrator, we can provide a just-in-time access. So with this just-in-time access, the user can have the access to resources with a specific period of time. So for 30 days only, we can enable the admin access to this user, and the user can access the resources for a specific period of time. That's why we say it the just-in-time access. So we can enable the just-in-time access to the resources, and that can be based on the timely manner.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
For the identities. So for a particular duration of time, for a specific duration of time, the user have the access to the resources. So there we have the privileged identity management capabilities that is supported by Azure Active Directory itself. Let me share this link with you all. So let's say I want to access the Intune portal. So this now Intune portal can be accessed through endpoint.microsoft.com, correct? So let's say I'm going to sign in. Let me open an incognito window. Let's say I want to sign into Endpoint. So here, as soon as I go to this URL, it will ask for a username and password. It will ask to sign in with a username and the password. Here I can enter my email, phone, or my Skype ID. So this ID that you can see here, this identity is provided by Azure over here. By design, the Microsoft 365 portals are integrated with Azure itself. So we don't need to do any configuration. So in order to access the Microsoft services like Microsoft Intune, Microsoft 365, like portal.azure.com, we have a direct integration available with Azure AD identities. So let's say I want to access portal.office.com. It again requires me to sign in with my identities, with my email, phone, or Skype. So there, these identities are managed and provided by the Azure, and we don't need to have any configuration for the Microsoft portals. When it comes to the applications that we want to integrate with Azure, so there we need to create an integration of the applications. As I said, for the different SaaS applications, the Azure AD have its own marketplace. Now, this marketplace you can use so that you can interconnect the different SaaS applications with Azure Active Directory over here. So we have more than 16,000 applications available on the Azure AD marketplace, and these applications are ready to integrate. So you just need to add those applications to your Azure Active Directory. That's it. Then the users can use their own identities and the passwords, and they can access these applications directly from the store itself. We can make these applications available in the Microsoft Store for Business that acts like a private store for the organization. And also we can manage these applications from Intune portal itself. But when it comes to the on-premise applications or the line of business applications or the in-house design applications, there we need to connect these applications with the Azure AD application proxy. So Azure AD application proxy is like the connector service. So we have the inbound connectors, and we can connect these applications with the connectors over here. And once the application is connected, we can use the Azure AD identities in order to sign into the line of business applications or the in-house designed or the in-house developed applications. Okay. So see, you have a domain. Let me show you here. So let's say you purchase a domain, and this domain now you are going to configure with the Microsoft Cloud Services. For example, you purchase a domain from GoDaddy, that is contoso.com. So in order to add this domain or in order to get these services available on this domain, you need to first verify the domain with Microsoft 365. How it can be done? You can go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Before that, you need to make sure that you have the access to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and you need to make sure that you have the access to the DNS registrar admin center also. So here I can go to the settings. Under the settings, I need to click on domains. Under the domain, I can see default domain that is provided by Microsoft. That's in a format of .onmicrosoft.com. You can see here that there are some numbers and it is followed by .onmicrosoft.com. So this is the initial domain. As soon as I set up any environment or as soon as I subscribe for the Microsoft 365 services, Microsoft provides an initial domain, and this initial domain is the format of .onmicrosoft.com. And here, this part can be my organization name. Each and every domain in a Microsoft 365 environment, it's a unique domain. Then after this domain, I can add my own domain. So here I can click on add the domain, and here the DNS part comes in. So let's say I purchased a domain that is adatum.com. However, this is a Microsoft managed domain, but I can use it for the demonstration purpose. So I can click on use this domain. Now, when I'm going to verify this domain with Microsoft 365 or with Azure, here I need to set up the DNS records. So I have the three options in order to verify the domain. The first option is I can add the TXT record to the domain DNS record. Let's say I purchase this domain from GoDaddy. So then I need to log into the domain register page with my admin credentials, and then I need to verify a TXT record, a TXT DNS record. What is the TXT record I need to publish? So Microsoft will give me certain values. If I click on continue, so Microsoft will give me certain values, and this value I need to publish to my DNS register. So here the DNS comes into the picture. Okay. So first of all, whatsoever domain you have purchased or whatsoever domain you purchase and you want to use certain services on that domain, like the messaging services or like the MDM services, you first need to verify that domain with Microsoft 365. You need to prove the ownership of this domain, and then you can use the services of that domain. Let's say I want to create the user accounts on this domain, that is adatum.com. So I mean to say that I need to create the user accounts in a format of user@adatum.com. So in order to use this service, I need to first verify this domain with Microsoft 365, and then only I can use these services over here. So the part that you are asking, that comes later on. First of all, I need to verify the domain. Let me show you here. If I right now click on verify, it will give me the error message because I did not publish the DNS records, right? So this will give me the error message. Now I cannot use any of these services on adatum.com. Let me show you here. So you see here, before the device management configuration, before any setup of the services from Microsoft 365, I need to verify my custom domain. So this is my initial domain. This is provided by Microsoft. And these domains that you can see, adatum.com, contoso.com, these domains may be my custom domains. I can have my own custom domains that I can verify with Microsoft 365, and then I can use the services. As of now, you can see for adatum.com, for contoso.com, the status is incomplete setup. If I go to the active users to use these services of my custom domain, I cannot see these services available for my custom domain because the setup is incomplete. If I click on domain here, see, only the healthy domain is showing in here. The domain that is set, that is configured, I can see only the services over. That means I can create the user accounts only on this domain as of now because the other domains are not verified yet. But as soon as I verify the domains, then I can use the services of the cloud on those domains, like Intune services. I can use the Exchange, SharePoint, Teams. All the services will be available once I verify the domain. Making sense? This is the DNS part. Okay, so this was the licenses of the Azure Active Directory. The Azure Active Directory provides the self-service group management. Now, these are the features supported by the Azure AD Premium P1 and Premium P2. So the self-service group management, with this self-service group management, the users can create their own groups. We can enable this service and the users can create their own groups. Let's say there's a team manager. So team manager can create a group for his team, for his or her team, and they can manage this group. We have the advanced security reports and the alerts available. So by default, we have the alerts enabled to detect any kind of the suspicious or any kind of the abnormal activities with Azure. We can also export these reports in the CSV formats for the collaboration purpose. We have the multi-factor authentication. So without any additional cost, we can also use the cloud-based multi-factor authentication. And we can set up the multi-factor authentication for the individual users. We can also enable the multi-factor authentication for the group of users as well. When it comes to the management of the multi-factor authentication, only the global administrators as of now can manage the multi-factor authentication for the users. Microsoft have the identity manager. Microsoft have this Microsoft Identity Manager, MIM in short we call it. This identity manager can be used in a synchronized environment to see the information about the identities that we are syncing. The Azure AD also provides the service level agreement of 99.9%. So this is the service agreement that is promised by Microsoft, because Azure AD is going to be a backbone for the organization. So here we need to have some sort of the service level agreement. So with the premium license of Azure, Microsoft promised the agreement of 99.9%. We also have the self-service password reset with the write back possibilities. So write backs we'll discuss later on. So hold on your questions for the write back. Write back I'll show you once I configure the Azure AD Connect. But let's talk about the self-service password reset. In short, we call this service as SSPR. Now, this service is available for the users, and with this particular service, the users can reset their own passwords. No admin intervention is required. The way we have the password administrators or the security administrators with our on-premises environment. So when the user forgets the password or the account logged, the users need to reach out to the administrators, and the administrators can reset the passwords or can unlock the accounts. But we have the advanced services available with cloud-based Azure Active Directory. There we have the self-service password management. And with this service, the users can reset their own passwords. No admin intervention is required. We have the cloud application discovery. So we have the CASB solution, Cloud Access Security Broker. With this CASB solution, we can discover the different cloud applications that the user is using in my environment. So Microsoft also supports the CASB solutions with Microsoft Cloud Application Security. There's a change in the name. Now we call it Microsoft Cloud Applications for Defender. So we have this cloud application discovery. So with the discovery services, we can discover what all cloud applications are being used in the environment. We can create a list of the sanctioned applications and unsanctioned applications so that we can identify the shadow IT applications, and we can block the shadow IT applications. The shadow IT applications are those applications, those are not authorized by my management or by my IT team. So we have this cloud application discovery. That's also part of the premium licenses of Azure. We have the Azure AD Connect Health. Now this Azure AD Connect Health is for the synchronized environment. It's for the hybrid environments. So when we configure the hybrid environments, we can identify the health of the identities with the help of the Azure AD Connect Health. This component will be installed by default with Azure AD Connect. We have the identity protection. So we have Azure AD Identity Protection and the Privileged Identity Management. These are the two services available only and only with the Premium P2. However, all these services included in the Premium P1 and Premium P2. So the Premium P2 covers all the services included in Premium P1. However, Premium P2 offers two additional services. These services are like identity protection and the privileged identity management. So this is about the services and the licenses available with Azure. With lesson 2, we're going to talk about the management of identities in Azure. So now we are going to talk about the RBAC, that is role-based access control, and the different user roles we have in Azure. Also going to discuss that how we can create and manage the users in Azure. Although I have showcased you the way how we can create and manage the users in Azure, but we'll be discussing it with the slides as well. Here I'll be also showing you the different type of the groups we can create in Azure and how we can manage these different groups. We're also discussing the basics of the PowerShell. See, the Azure portal and the Microsoft 365 portal can be managed by the PowerShell as well. So we have the options available in the graphical interface. And through the graphical interface, we can define the policies, we can configure the accounts. Also, we can manage the tenant. We can manage these services with the PowerShell as well. So when the administrators feel comfortable to use PowerShell, they can manage the entire tenant or the entire admin center with PowerShell as well. Basically, the PowerShell we use majorly when we need to make some changes in bulk. So when the bulk change is required or when the bulk information needs to be updated, there we can also use the PowerShell so that we can use our own PowerShell scripts and we can make the changes in bulk. Now with this lesson, I'll be showing you that how we can create a synchronized environment and how we can set up a synchronized environment with our directory service. Now talking about the RBAC and user roles in Azure. So we have the delegation model that's available with the Azure AD tenant. There are different predefined roles we have in Azure. I'll show you here about this RBAC roles. So let's say I'm going to create a user account. When I'm going to create a user account, I can create a user account only without the admin access, or else I can create a user account with admin access as well. So when I'm creating the user account, I can fill in the details like the first name, last name. Just creating a test account just to show you. I can choose to generate an automatic password. I can click on next. Here I can assign the licenses. Also, just to let you know, we can assign the licenses from this page, and we can also create the user account without the license. We have this option. So in case if there's a requirement to create the user account without the license, so I can choose this option. So yes, so in case if I don't want to give any application access or any services access, then I can create a user account without the license. Let's say I want to create a I want to create an account only to have the access to the portal. Let's say I have an administrator, and this administrator does not require any applications or any services, and this administrator is only there to manage the portal itself. So here I can create a user account without the product license. Or let's say when I'm assigning the license to the user, I can check the licenses over here, and I can see the applications available over here. So as soon as I select the license, these applications, these services will be automatically provisioned for this user. I can also uncheck and check the boxes over here so that I can make the applications available, and I can make the applications unavailable for the user. So this way we have the options available so that I can create a user without a license or with a license. And here I can have the RBAC roles. So here we have the user account. I can create a user account with the admin access or without the admin access. So here we have these predefined RBAC roles like the exchange administrator, global administrator, global reader. We have a small small information sign over here. If you hover your cursor here, you can see a short information about this user role. So based on the expertise, based on the department in which the user is going to work, you can assign the role to this user. Now this is the identities we have with Azure that is completely based on the permission model. So based on the permission model, based on the permissions we have assigned to the user can access the services. So let's say I created an account with the exchange admin role. So this user can access the exchange admin center only. So this is again help us in reducing the attack surface area. So we don't need to open the entire environment to the administrators themselves. We can create a restricted environment based on the permissions model, and based on the permissions the users can access the resources on their identities itself. So these are the predefined roles that we have. I can also open this by category. So we have these different categories available for the RBAC roles. So we can create the user accounts with these roles as well. Do remember the global administrator is the highest privileged account. This administrator have the unlimited access to all the management features, unlimited access to all the admin centers as well. So we have these different roles available. So you can create the user accounts with the roles as well. So these are the default by design roles we have. In case if you have a different requirement, you can create your own custom roles. So if I talk about the privileged identity management, in order to access this privileged identity management, I need to log into portal.azure.com. That's a solution provided by Azure. I'll show you just to let you know that how we can create the privileged identity management. That's a just-in-time access or just enough access to the resources, but that's a part of Azure. So here I'm in the Azure portal. I can simply search for privileged identity management. You see here, I have the option Azure AD Privileged Identity Management. Here I can click on the Azure AD roles, and then I need to click on the roles, and I can click on add assignments. With this add assignments, I can provide a just-in-time access to any of the roles. Let's say this is the end, another use case. Let's say this is the end of the financial year. Now we have a billing manager, and this billing manager needs to print the invoices. So there I can provide a billing admin role with a timely based access. So let's say for a week, I want to activate this role for this billing account manager. So for 7 days, I can activate this role, but that can be done through the Azure portal. So let me show you. You can click on the billing administrator, right? I can select the member as well, whom I need to provide the access, a timely based access. I can choose any of the user, right? I can go next now, and I can activate this role for a specific period of time this way. So I can select the assignment starts time and the assignment ends time and date. So this way I can provide the just-in-time access. I can also enter the business justification. This way it needs to print invoices. So this way we can provide a just-in-time access to the resources. Make sense, Varun?
Yes.
So check out, I'll be providing the identities with the premium P2 licenses. So you can check out what all options available in Azure itself. Okay. All right. So we have the RBAC roles in Azure. So we have the permissions that can be assigned, and we have some of the by design roles. We also have the options available where the organizations or the administrators can create the custom roles as well. Let's say the by design roles we have. This is not applicable on this scenario that I I want to work with. So here we can create the custom roles. Global administrator, as I said, it's the highest privilege account. So we also need to work to reduce the tax of this area. It is recommended to keep the global administrators in a small group. The maximum Microsoft recommends to have 4 global administrators. Rest the administrators you can provide a privileged identity management, or you can create a role-based access control for those administrators. Talking about creating and managing the users in Azure. So you can create and manage the users in Azure. So you can create the member users. These member users are the internal users for the organization. They have the access to the resources, and these users you'll be creating on your own domain. We have the guest user access also. So as I showcased you, the way how we can create the guest user accounts. So guest user is for the external users, and the use cases to create the guest users are like we can create an account, or we can invite the users in my directory where we may have the business partners, we may have the clients, and me and my business partner is working on a same project. So there we need to share certain applications. There I can create a guest user account, and then on this guest user account I can apply the condition access policy, or I can make a particular or a specific application available to my guest user. So this can be done through the guest users. There are 2 options available to create. There are different options available to create the user accounts in the Azure Active Directory. You can also use the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and you can create an account there, and the account will be automatically created in the Azure Active Directory. So different ways of creating the accounts in the Azure Active Directory. So you can create the accounts from the graphical interface. You can create the accounts from the PowerShell. Also, you can create the accounts with the synchronization services as well. You may have a question that how the accounts can be created from the synchronized through the synchronized identities. So what we can do, we can establish interconnection in between the on-premises Active Directory domain services and the Azure Active Directory. And as soon as the connection is established, the accounts, or I can say the replica of the account, will be created on the Azure as well. So we can create the accounts from the directory synchronization as well. I'll be showing you the second option, creating the account with the directory synchronization with the demonstration. Now talking about creating and managing the groups. So we have the different type of groups in Azure, as we don't have the concept of organization units. However, in place of organization units, we have the groups we can create. So the different type of the groups we can create with Azure. So there are basically 4 type of groups we can create with Azure. So the first type of the group is the security group. So the security group we create to provide the access to resources. Let's say I have a SharePoint site, and I want a group of people to have the access, have the read and write permissions on the SharePoint site. So there manually I can provide the access to this SharePoint site, or else I can create a security group, and to this security group I can provide the access to the resources. In case if the new user join the organization wants the same level of access, we can just add the user to the security group. So security group basically we use to provide the access to the resources. However, the security group cannot be used to send any email notification. In order to have the email notification enabled with our security group, there we have another solution, another type of the group, where we can create a mail enabled security group. Now this mail enabled security group can be used to provide the access to the resources. Likewise, we have the security group. Although this mail enabled security group allows us to create to get the email notifications to the users. So here we have the security group, we have the mail enabled security. We have the distribution group. We also call it DLs in short, distribution lists. So this distribution groups we can use to create a email address for a group of people. So let's say there's an HR department, and there are a few people used to work in this HR department, and there are some queries they used to handle, and through emails they will receive the queries. So instead of getting these queries on their email accounts, on their corporate identities, we can create a distribution group based on the department, and the users can send their queries to this HR based distribution group, and they will receive, the HR will receive the people on this distribution group will receive these emails, and they can also respond. So we have the distribution groups, and the distribution group can be explained in a nutshell. It's like email address for a group of people. However, the distribution group does not have their own collaborative space. There is no dedicated mailbox assigned to a distribution group. There we have the Office 365 group. There's a change in the name. Now we call it M365 group. In case if you check out on the portal, you don't find Office 365 group. Now we call it M365 groups. So these M365 groups we have here, and with these M365 groups, we can create a collaborative space for the users. I'll show you. This is more than a group actually. So here I can click on teams and groups. Under the active teams and groups, I can see the options available for these different type of the groups. I can see the Microsoft 365 group, the distribution list, mail enabled security group, and the security group. And here I have the option available for Microsoft 365 group. If I try to click on create a group, I can see the Microsoft 365 group as a recommended option. So it creates a group email to collaborate where the users have their own space so that they can collaborate, they can share their ideas. Also, you can add the Microsoft Teams to this group where the users can have the instant messages or the conversations on the Microsoft Teams itself. For the group conversations, they can share the files, they can share the information. Also, we have the calendaring information where we can have the meetings that can be joined with these groups itself, right? So the Microsoft 365 group we can also create, and it's like a collaborative space for the users. So we have all these different groups available, and from this dashboard we can create these groups. Now, membership of these cloud-based groups can be assigned. So we can add the members manually to these groups, or the membership can be based on the dynamic. So we can define a rule. So let's say I have a chart department and I have created a dynamic distribution group that simply says whenever the user attribute is department as HR, the user will be automatically added to the HR based distribution group. So yes, we can have the membership of the group as dynamic, and the users, basically we can have some sort of the automation, and there we can have the group membership as dynamic, that is based on the rule itself. So whenever the condition matches to the rule, the user will be added to the group itself with the dynamic membership. So these are the options available for creating and the managing of the groups with Azure Active Directory. So I have the option for the dynamic distribution list. So here the membership can be automated. So I can click on add a group. Now when I'm adding a dynamic distribution group, I can select the option here as dynamic distribution. I can give the name here as test. So here I have the option for the condition. So I can select the condition that is based on the attributes. So I can define the custom attributes, or I can use the department attribute or the company attribute. So whenever the department for the user is HR, the user will be automatically added to this group. This is what I mean to say when I have the dynamic distribution groups. Okay. Now coming to your question that how we can create some restrictions so that I can make a group available for a particular team or for a particular department. So that can be done under the distribution list itself. I can create a group over here and I can edit the properties of this group. Okay. So the distribution group memberships can be controlled, or I can also have the advanced options available where I can hide the groups from the global address list. The gals we have, and it's like the address book for the email accounts for the users for the groups we have, and I can create the different options in this distribution group. So in the demonstration part, when I'm going to show you the demonstration for the Azure AD Connect, with that demonstration I will show you the demonstration for the distribution groups as well. All right, so now talking about the synchronizing the objects from the on-premises Active Directory domain services to Azure AD. So with this synchronization, we can create a synchronization in between the Active Directory domain services and the Azure Active Directory. With the help of this Azure AD Connect tool, we can create a synchronized environment. So the accounts and the information will be synchronized from on-premises Active Directory and the cloud Azure Active Directory. We have some of the optional writebacks. So make a note of it. There are only 3 optional writebacks. Otherwise, the changes synchronized only in the direction of on-premises to cloud. Optional writebacks are password writeback. So the users can reset their passwords from the cloud, and those changes will be replicated back to on-premises. So the first exception we have is the password writeback. The second exception is the group writeback. The third exception is the device writeback. Only these 3 exceptions we have. So we have the changes that flows in the direction of on-premises to cloud with respect of these 3 writebacks. These 3 writebacks available with the premium feature and the premium license of Azure. There we can configure the password writeback, the group writeback. The group writeback stands here. It means I can make the changes in the group memberships from the cloud. That I can add the members, I can remove the members, and these changes will be replicated back to on-premises. We have the devices. I can make the changes in the device rules, in the device sync rules, or in the device attributes, and these changes will be synchronized from cloud to on-premises. Only these 3 writebacks. Okay. Now I'll show you the demonstration for the hybrid environment, for the synchronized environment. Okay. So now I'll be proceeding further with the demonstration of the synchronized environment. Let me quickly have a login to my devices here. So this is my lab environment, and I'm logging into the domain controller because I'm making my on-premises Active Directory ready for the synchronization services. Now, before we establish a synchronization services in my directory or with my on-premises environment, I need to make sure that the on-premises is ready. Let me show you that what prerequisites I need to look for. So here I am in my domain controller. I'll open the Active Directory users and computers through Server Manager. So here I'm in the Server Manager. I can click on Tools. Under the Tools, I need to click on Active Directory Users and Computers. And let me also log into the cloud environment. So first prerequisite is that I need to make sure that I have the enterprise access to the local Active Directory. I need to make sure that I have the global admin access to the Azure or to the Microsoft 365 environment. And here I need to log into the portal, that is portal.office.com. I need to log in with my admin credentials. Here it goes. Now, first of all, I need to look for my identities, whether is there any synchronized identities we have enabled as of now or not. So I'll go to the users in my Microsoft 365 admin center. So I click on the application launcher. And as I'm a global administrator for this tenant, I can access the admin centers accordingly. Click on the application launcher, need to click on the admin here. I need to click on users and I need to click on the active users. Here I can verify whether this synchronization services is enabled or not. So here I need to click on more actions, and here I need to click on the directory synchronization. As soon as the directory, I clicked on the directory synchronization, I can see that the Azure Active Directory or the Azure AD Connect is not yet installed. From here, I have the download option, and I can go to this download window and I can download this Azure AD Connect tool. But before I install this Azure AD Connect tool, I also need to complete one more prerequisite. There, with that prerequisite, I need to make sure that I have the same domain on my on-premises and the same domain I have on my cloud environment. So here I go into the settings, I click on the domains over here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, under the domain, I'll see whatsoever domain I have registered, I have verified with my Microsoft 365 tenant. So this is the domain. But in case if I take a look on the on-premises Active Directory users and computers, the domain that is verified over here is editum.com. So what I'll do here is, because it's a lab environment, so I can add the cloud domain to my on. But this is something that we don't do with our production environments. With the production environments, what we actually do, the domain that we have here on the on-premises, we verify the same domain to cloud, because on-premises it's already configured with my own custom domain. But this is the lab environment and I'm not the owner of this editum.com. So for this lab purpose, it's only for the lab purpose, I can add this domain as a prefix domain. So I'll go here in the Active Directory domains and trust, and here I'll right click on the Active Directory domains and trust. Under the properties, I can add my cloud domain here. So here, this is my cloud domain. I can add the alternative UPN suffix. So I can use the services on this domain that is verified on the cloud already, only for the lab purpose. For the production environment, we add the same domain we have on premises and we'll verify the same domain on the cloud. But I'm not the owner, so that's why I'm doing the opposite of it. So this way, now I have the same domain on both sides. I have this domain registered with my on premises. Now I'll go back to the active users. I click on the more options. I click on the directory. I need to click on the directory synchronization. So this is the first option where I can go to the download center, or else I can directly search to download Azure AD Connect on the search itself. So both options available. It will take me to the same options on the same page where I have the option to download this Azure AD Connect. There are some minimum system requirements and I can review the system requirements with the Microsoft document itself. I click on download Azure AD Connect. The Azure AD Connect can be downloaded on any member server. It can be a domain joined server or it can be a non-domain joined server as well. So here the file will download over here. This is an MSI file. And here, in order to run the file, I need to make sure that I have the admin rights to my domain controller, to my server where I'm going to install this Azure AD Connect. At the moment, for this lab purpose, I'm installing this Azure AD Connect on the domain controller itself. But in the production environments, we don't install the Azure AD Connect on the domain controller. We usually install this Azure AD Connect on the member servers or on the separate servers. This way I'll run the file. I need to agree with the terms and conditions. I need to click on continue. I have the two options available for the configuration of Azure AD Connect. The first option is the use express settings. Use express setting, it's the simple settings of configuring the Azure AD Connect. So here I can use the express settings, or when I need the advanced options, I can use the customize option as well. So I'll show you the both options. Let me first show you the features and the services available in the express settings. So I click on the express settings. It will install the required components, and here I need to verify myself with my global admin credentials. That's why I said that we need to make sure that the user who is configuring this Azure AD Connect must be a global administrator, must have the access to the global administrator privileges. So here I need to verify my account. I can add the user and the password for the global administrator account. Click on next. It will verify the credentials and give me the next screen. Then I need to verify myself with my on-premises enterprise account. So here I can now connect to the on-premises Active Directory domain services. Here it requires the enterprise admin credentials. As you can see here, I need to authenticate myself with my on-premises enterprise admin credentials with the user and the password. I can go next. Now this is the very simple steps of configuring the Azure AD Connect. Right? As it's a lab environment, so I can check the box that says continue without matching all UPN suffixes, because this adatum.com is not verified on the. I can go next. As soon as I click on next, it is ready to configure. Now, which features will be configured? So it will install the synchronization engine. It will install the Azure AD connector. It will also install the on-premises connector. So this is the cloud connector, the Azure AD connector. The adatum.com, this is the on-premises connector. It will enable the password hash synchronization as we discussed yesterday. So the password hash synchronization will sync the hashes of the passwords from on-premises to cloud. Then the authentication will be done on the Azure Active Directory itself. It can enable the auto upgrade. It will also configure the synchronization services on this computer. So these are the features will be installed once I click on this install. Now let me show you, these are the options available with the Express installation. Now let me show you the options available with the customize. So customize option will give me more options. So Azure AD Connect have a lightweight database, and this lightweight database server is responsible to manage up to 100,000 objects on the cloud. So in case if we have up to 100,000 objects with my on-premises, I don't need to use the SQL server. In case if there's more than 100,000 objects we have on-premises, then we need to use a separate SQL server. Okay. So with the custom options, I have the options available where I can define the specific installation, a specific custom installation location. I can use the existing SQL server. I can use the existing service account in case I'm reconfiguring this Azure AD. I can also use the custom sync groups in case if I already have the sync groups configured. It can be used when we reconfiguring this Azure AD. Or I can import the entire synchronization settings from a previous server. Let's say the Azure AD Connect is already installed on a server and I'm going to maintain, I need to perform some maintenance on this server. So I can import the complete synchronization settings from that old server to this new server. Okay. One more thing, this Azure AD Connect requires only one instance. So in case if I have a multi-forest environment, there's only one active instance of Azure AD Connect is required. Right now I can click on install. It will install the lightweight database SQL server as well, and it will install the required components for this Azure AD Connect. Then I can choose the advanced options as well. So let's wait while it's installing the required components. Meanwhile, you can let me know in case you have any questions with the Express installation or with the feature sets that we have discussed so far. Please wait while it's installing the features. And it's a very easy setup. It's a very easy options we have in order to configure this Azure AD Connect. So just a setup wizard we have that we need to run. And here with this setup wizard, the Azure AD Connect can be configured. Only the prerequisites we need to complete. Now here I can configure the sign-on method. I can choose to configure, see with the Express installation, it automatically configures the password hash synchronization. That's a part of the Express installation. But with the customize option, I can select that what authentication option I need to configure. So I can select in between the, I can select the options from the password hash synchronization, password authentication, federation, or I can choose not to configure any sign-in method. I can enable this single sign-on with this checkbox over here. So for this demonstration purpose, I'll be choosing the password hash synchronization. I can click on next. Here I need to connect to my Azure AD, and here I need to authenticate my global admin credentials. Then I click on next, and here I need to connect to my on-premises directory. Here I can use my new AD account, or I can use the existing AD account. I need to authenticate myself with my enterprise admin account. I'll be choosing the new AD account here, and here this will connect to my on-premises directory as well. So you can see here that now the adatum.com, the on-premises directory is now connected. I can click on next here, and it will connect the directories, and then I can proceed further with the next options. So here now it will configure the sign-in configurations. As I said, that it's for the lab purpose, so I can continue without matching all UPN suffixes to the verified domains, because this adatum.com is not verified, and this M365 it's not completely verified on the cloud. I'm just using the UPN suffix only. I can go next here. I also have the option where I can choose the domains and the organization units to be synchronized with cloud. I can choose to sync all the domains and all the organization units to the cloud, or here I can select the option where it allows me to select the domains and the organization units to be synchronized with the cloud. As of now, I only have one domain verified with on-premises. This is adatum.com, and here I can select what OUs I want to synchronize to the cloud. So this way I can select the OUs. I can check the boxes here. Right? I can simply go next here, and I can now choose how I want to identify my user account. So here we call it source anchor. So it's recommended to manage the Azure about this source anchor. So we can let the Azure to manage the source anchor, or in case if you have your own custom attributes or a specific attribute you want to select for the source anchor, you can choose your specific attribute. So for this lab purpose, I'm just selecting the default option here to manage the source anchor by Azure. I click on next here. Now here I can also use the filters for the users and the devices. So in case if I need to select certain filters for synchronizing the users and the devices, I can select the filters over here as well. So I can define the filters, or else I can choose to synchronize all users and devices to the cloud. Now I can select the optional features. So as I said before, that we have only 3 write-back options available. So we have the password write-back, we have the group write-back, we have the device write-back. So these are the only 3 write-back options we have. Otherwise, the changes flows only in the direction of on-premises to cloud. Apart from these write-backs, I can also configure the enhanced functionality. And here with the optional features, I can enable the Exchange hybrid deployments. In case if I want to set up the Exchange hybrid as well, and the first prerequisite for setting up the Exchange hybrid is to first sync the Active Directory to the cloud. I can also sync, or I can select the optional features where I want to sync the public folders. So this is again the Exchange objects. I can also sync the Azure AD applications and the attributes filters as well. Or I can choose the directory extension attribute sync. So these are the optional features I can configure. At the moment, I'm not configuring any of the optional features, but it depends upon the organization to organization. However, these features are available as an optional features with the Azure AD Connect. Now I can simply click on next, and now this Azure AD Connect is ready to configure. Now, once I click on install, all these components will be installed with this Azure AD Connect. We have a checkbox over here that simply says that the synchronization services will be automatically started as soon as the configuration completes here. So the synchronization process will be started over here, or else I can enable the staging mode. As I said before, that in case if I have a multi-forest environment, there's only one instance of the Azure AD Connect is required. But you may have a question now, what if the server fails? How I can configure the high availability? So this high availability I can configure with staging mode. So let's say I want to configure multiple instances of Azure AD Connect to avoid the failure, or to avoid the failure of my on-premises, or to avoid the single point of failure. We can configure multiple instances of Azure AD Connect, but only one active instance is required. The other instances that you're configuring, those instances must be in the staging mode. So here I can configure, and I can click on install. Now it will configure the Azure AD Connect. It will take few minutes here, and it will configure this Azure AD Connect. As soon as the Azure AD Connect is configured, I have this environment converted into the synchronized environment in the hybrid environment. So it's configuring the Azure AD Connect. As I said, it will take few minutes here, so please wait. Okay, so this configuration is completed. I can exit. Now this Azure AD Connect is now installed. Now let me show you the functionality, that how it syncing the objects from on-premises to cloud. So I'll choose an OU over here, and I'll create an account here. I create a user account. I'm going to create user account on my name. I can change the domain to the domain that is verified with Microsoft 365. I click on next here, and here I can check this, and I can select the password. This way I can create an account with on-premises. If you are familiar with the way of creating the accounts or creating the object with on-premises. So this time the object is now created. This user account is now created with on-premises. So what do you guys say? Will this account will synchronize right away to the cloud? If I go to the cloud, can I say this account right away? Yes. So is there any sync time? Anyone have any idea about this default sync time? Yes, so default sync time is 30 minutes, and after every 30 minutes, the Azure AD Connect will run a default sync. So for every time, do we need for wait for 30 minutes? So let's say I created an account right now, or I make some changes in the account. So do I need to wait for 30 minutes every time, or is there any other option to run a force sync? Because it's not feasible for the administrator for the admins to wait for 30 minutes in each and every case. Delta sync, absolutely. So the delta sync we can perform through PowerShell or from the graphical interface of the synchronization service manager. So here we have this account, and if I go to the active users and if I search for my account, I will not see this account here on the cloud. Right? How I can see this last sync time. So the last sync time is also available. The last sync information is available in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So we have the option over here that says Azure AD Connect, and it says the last sync. It completed about 1 minute ago, right? And I can see the password sync, the last password sync is the detailed information I can see on the sync status. Now, in order to run the force sync, I can use the PowerShell, and with the help of the PowerShell, I can run a force sync to my Azure AD Connect. Otherwise, it will run the sync in every 30 minutes. That's the default. Can I reduce the sync time? Is it possible to reduce the sync time from 30 minutes to 20 minutes? Or apart from Delta, is there any other sync I can run? Is yes, no, or you don't have any idea about this? Wrong answers are also fine because it's the learning time. Absolutely. So if we have the full sync as well, but we don't call it full sync here in the PowerShell. We call it initial sync. So here we can run a delta sync and the initial sync. Delta sync is the incremental sync, and the initial sync is full sync. So for the first time, when we configure the Azure AD Connect, it runs the initial sync. I will show you here in the synchronization service manager. So we have this synchronization service manager. I'll open it as an administrator so that I can show you that what was the last sync. So we just configured the Azure AD Connect, and this Azure AD Connect is just configured a while ago. So the full sync was completed. And here I can see the connectors as well. So if you remember that when I'm configuring this Azure AD Connect, they are the connectors, and I need to connect to the on-premises connector and the cloud connector with the global administrator and the enterprise administrator. So there we have the two connectors. This datum is the on-premises connector, and this one is the cloud connector over here. I'll go back to the operations, and I can see the 6 process. So there are 6 different process. The sync starts from import. So import goes in the direction of on-premises to cloud, as you can see here, on-premises to cloud. Then the another sync starts with synchronization. Again, the synchronization goes in the direction of on-premises adatum.com to on-microsoft.com, on-premises to cloud, right? So 4 events. First is the full import, then full synchronization, and then we have the export. So export, it is showing in the opposite direction. It goes in the direction of cloud. That means it is mentioned here, the on-microsoft.com first over here and the on-premises. Any idea, any guess here that why this goes in the opposite direction? Absolutely, for the write backs. So if I configure any write backs over here, that's why the export sync goes in the opposite direction over here, right? Now I'll run the delta sync once again here, and I'll show you that how I can identify the sync process. So here I run the delta sync, it's success, and now I can see the event information and the synchronization service manager. Now it will start the delta sync here on this synchronization service manager. So you see here, the delta import is now initiated, and here I can also see what objects added to the cloud. So I can click on the add, I can click on the DN name, and I can see which value or which object I'm going to add to the cloud. So this way I can verify this. Need to wait for the synchronization process to complete. Okay, so here the export is completed, and I can see what object added to the cloud. So here I can click on adds, I can click on DN name, and I can see that which object now added to the cloud. And here now I can search for this object on the cloud itself, and I will find this object then. So here I'll go to the active users, active users. Under the active users, I can search for my account. See, now I can see this object. I can see this user account on the cloud itself, and I can open this account. And let me try to manage the account here on the cloud. See, it's a synchronized account. Right? So let's say I want to make some changes in the user principal. When I'm trying to make any changes in the user principal, it will give me the information over here. basically an error message that I cannot manage this account directly from the cloud because it's a synchronized account. So for this synchronized account, I need to manage this account from the on-premises only. And even if I try to delete the account, so let me try to delete this account also. I cannot delete this user as well because this is a synchronized account. So in order to manage this account, or in order to delete or manage this account, I need to go back to my on-premises. See, the deleted of the users failed, and because this account is an on-premises account, and I need to manage this entire account from on-premises itself. So this way, it's not about the permissions. It's about the repository who is controlling this account. So when it's a synchronized account, the on-premises is the repository of controlling and managing the account. In order to delete this account, or in order to manage this account, let's say I want to make some changes in this account. Let's say I want to make the changes in the user principal name. I need to make those changes from on-premises, and then through the synchronization services, the changes will be replicated to cloud. Or else, let's say I delete this account. So I can choose to delete this account from on-premises only, and this by now the account is deleted from on-premises. I can run a force sync once again, the delta sync. I can see the process for the sync services. It started with delta import. I can see which object got deleted. So it can be used for the troubleshooting scenarios as well. So let's say the users or some of the user accounts not syncing to the cloud, or there are some warnings. So you can run this synchronization service manager for your troubleshooting purpose as well, for the troubleshooting scenarios. So you can see in case if any error occurred. So in case if any error occurs, you can see those errors under the synchronization errors. Right now the export is in progress. Now can anyone tell me what will happen on the cloud? Well, I can see this account anymore on the cloud or not as soon as I have removed this account from on-premises. So this account will be moved into the deleted users. And what happened if I restore this account from the deleted users? Absolutely. So you can see here that I'm searching for this account in the active users, and the account is not reflecting in here. So this account will now move into the deleted users, and I can find this account in the deleted users. I have the option where I can restore this account, but as soon as I restore this account will become the cloud identity. So I click on restore, and this account will become the cloud identity. Then I can manage this account from cloud itself. In order to have this account synchronized back to on-premises, there is no by design configuration because there is no write backs for the account. But yes, we have a workaround, and we call that workaround as hard match, we called it, so that we can stamp the GUID and the account will be back synced to on-premises. But that's a workaround. I'll go back to the active users again. I can search for the account now. I can show you that now I can edit this account on the cloud as well. So I click on the account here. I can click on manage account, manage username. And now I can manage this user account here on the cloud because the account is restored on the cloud itself. I'll share the link for the hard match so you can check this out. But this is not the by design configuration. This is a kind of the workaround that allows you to sync back the entire account back to on-premises. So this way, the accounts can be managed in order to, when we have the synchronized environment established, the accounts can be managed from the on-premises only. That means the on-premises holds this complete repository, and the on-premises is responsible for the management of the accounts. Okay. So this is how the synchronization services actually works. As I said, like we have the sync time by default as 30 minutes. Can I reduce this time from 30 minutes to 20 minutes or to 10 minutes or to 15 minutes? Yes, guys. Is it possible to make the changes in the synchronization services here? Yes, there are some settings, but we cannot reduce this sync time from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. We can increase the sync time, but the default sync time and the minimum sync time is 30 minutes itself. Okay, so I can run this command that is get -ad sync scheduler. It's ADSYN sync scheduler, and I can see the information of this sync scheduler. So you can see the allowed sync cycle interval, that is 30 minutes. You can see what information you have configured with this Azure AD Connect through the PowerShell. You can also make the changes through PowerShell as well with the command of set-AD sync scheduler, and you can make the changes in a particular attribute, right? So in case if you want to make some changes in the sync time, like you want to increase the sync time, so you can make the changes in the PowerShell itself, and so you can also run the command so that it can show you the reduced sync interval time, but the default syncs will run in every 30 minutes. So the PowerShell will show you that you have updated the sync cycle interval, but the default sync always run in every 30 minutes. So that means you cannot reduce it from 30 minutes to any further time frame. So this way you can review all this sync scheduler services, and this is how you can configure this Azure AD Connect for establishing these synchronization services in your production environment. All right, so this is about the demonstrations. One more thing just to add to this synchronization services or configuring the hybrid environment. So when it comes to the hybrid environment, we need to make sure that the on-premises directory, the on-premises Active Directory is ready for the synchronization services. There we need to remediate, we need to fix the issues with the on-premises. So there we need to make sure there should be no duplicate objects, there should be no duplicate user domains, and there should be no duplicate proxy address attributes. In case if there is any duplicates, the duplicate accounts will not be going to sync to the cloud. Then Azure AD Connect will give you the error message and the warnings as well. And these warnings will be displayed here, will be appears in this directory sync status. And in order to remediate your on-premises Active Directory domain services, you can use a Microsoft tool, that is ID Fix tool. This ID Fix tool can help you to remove the duplicates user principal names and the duplicate proxy addresses from your on-premises. Okay. One more thing just to add, these are the steps. This is a blog where you can see the information about this hard match. And here, first of all, what I need to do, I need to first get the information of this particular user. So let's say the user is this Abhijit Tiwari. So I need to get this information and I need to copy the object GUID for this user. Right, so I need to copy the object GUID here, and then I need to convert this object GUID to base 64. Here I can use the online tool of Microsoft where I can convert this object into the base 64, and then this value I need to stamp to my account, and as soon as this value is stamped, this account will be synced back to on-premises. So here with this lesson first, we are going to discuss about the deployment of the operating system using Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So in this module here, we're discussing about the concept of deploying the new devices using Autopilot. Now let's first talk about the concept of Windows Autopilot. So Autopilot is a solution, and with the Windows Autopilot, we can deploy the operating system to our devices. Now, when the operating system is deployed, we can also join those devices to the MDM solutions like Microsoft Intune, and we can also join the devices as an hybrid Azure AD joint devices or the Azure AD domain joint devices. So first, we'll be discussing the concept of the Windows Autopilot, talking about the introduction for this lesson. So here first, we are going to talk about the modern deployments using Windows Autopilot. We'll be discussing the concept of Windows Autopilot. Then here we'll be discussing the requirements, because when we configuring the devices with Windows Autopilot, there are some basic requirements, there are some prerequisites that we need to complete. And once we complete those prerequisites, we can deploy the devices with Windows Autopilot. Here we'll be discussing about the options available so that we can prepare the device IDs for the Autopilot. Here we'll be discussing about the device registrations and out-of-the-box customization with Autopilot. We're discussing about the different scenarios of Autopilot, and here we'll be discussing the troubleshooting with Windows Autopilot. So the basic troubleshooting we'll be discussing over here with the Autopilot. So we'll be discussing the basic scenarios when the out-of-the-box customization is not happening with Windows Autopilot, or when the device is not connected with the Autopilot service. So the basics we'll be discussing here with the troubleshoot. Now, when it comes to the modern deployment, so the modern deployment, it's the integration of the cloud services. The co-management, it is the first step towards the modern deployment. Modern deployment does not mean the cloud only services. In case if we have the interconnection in between the on-premises and cloud, this is also an example of the modern deployments. Now, the modern deployment, it's not an image-based solution. Traditionally, we used to have the image-based solutions. There we used to have the golden images, and we deploy the devices with these images itself. So first, when we receive a device from the vendor or from the hardware provider, as an administrator, we first used to re-image the device. So we install the operating system on the devices with images, and then we install drivers. Also, we install the applications, and we then assign the devices to the users. But with the cloud-based solutions, it's not depending upon the image-based solutions. We have the cloud solutions, and we can customize the out-of-the-box experience for the brand new devices without the admin intervention. So when it comes to the Autopilot, so with the Autopilot, we can customize the out-of-the-box experience for the brand new devices as well, and there is no admin intervention is required, and we can perform, or we can customize these devices as in business ready devices. So we can transform the devices into the business ready devices without touching the device. So there we call it the customization of the out of the box experience. The use case here is, let's say the users working from home and the administrators are also working from home. Now we have certain new users who've been hired recently to the organization, and organization is now shipping the brand new devices to these users. So there what we can do, we can use this Autopilot solution for these brand new devices. So users will receive the devices directly from the vendor, and once the user turn on and connect the device to the internet, and user need to just sign into these devices, then the Windows Autopilot will take over and will customize the operating system onto the devices. The customization we can perform here is, we can block the admin account from the device. We can enable the standard account on the device. We can control the features of the operating system, like the language. We can define the different customization settings of the operating system with the help of the Windows Autopilot. So there is no need to touch the devices. There is no need to have any admin intervention on the devices, and the devices can be transformed into the business ready devices. So that's the basic concept of Windows Autopilot. Now, the new devices must have a Windows installed. So Autopilot does not work on the bare metals. So we need to make sure that the devices must have at least Windows 10 or Windows 11 to be installed on the devices. Then only the devices can be performed with the Autopilot solution. With the Windows Autopilot, we can perform a device refresh as well. Now the device refresh, it's for the existing devices. So Windows Autopilot, it's not only for the brand new devices. We can perform the Windows Autopilot on the existing devices. What do I mean by this existing devices? What is the use case here? So the use case here is, we can perform the device refresh with the Autopilot. So let's say previously in our traditional on-premises environment, there are different kind of the operating system customization we have, and we are not sure what devices have which policies. But now, as we started working on the modern environment, as we moved towards the modern infrastructure, now we need to make sure that the devices must be on the same page. All the devices must have the baseline configuration policies applied. So there we can first add these device identities to Autopilot, and then we can perform an Autopilot refresh on the devices. So all the devices will come on the same page with the same configuration. So that's how the Autopilot we can use for the existing devices. Also, we can use the Windows Autopilot for the brand new devices as well. I'll be showing you the demonstration that how we can create the policies and how we can perform the device refresh, the device resets with the Windows Autopilot itself. Okay, this is the basic idea of the Windows Autopilot. No images, no infrastructure, no drivers required. We can just create the policies directly on the portal itself, and here we can use the endpoint.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Manager, and we can create the policies for the Windows Autopilot. Now, talking about the comparison of Autopilot with the traditional methods. Basically, the traditional method, it is based on the images. So when it comes to the traditional methods, so we first need to deploy, or we need to deploy the operating system with the images. So that's what we have with the traditional environments. But with the modern environment, we don't need to have any sort of the images. So modern deployments does not require any images to be deployed, and we don't deploy the Windows 10 or later operating system with the images with our modern deployments. Okay, now can be used with any pre-installed operating system. So yes, the traditional deployment, because the traditional deployment requires the admin intervention, and we basically re-image the device before assigning the device to a user. So here it can be any operating system that may be installed on the device itself. It can be Windows XP as well on the device, so that we can then re-image the device with the golden image for the organization. But this is not the case with the modern deployment. The modern deployment requires the Windows 10 or later on the devices. So these devices then can be used with the modern deployments. Then we can use the solutions like Windows Autopilot on the devices. So it requires a previous version of Windows 10 or Windows 11 to be there on the device. Then only the device can be used with the Autopilot solution over here. So this is the first prerequisite of the Autopilot, that the devices must have at least Windows 10 or later installed. uses an on-premises infrastructure. So yes, the traditional environment, because the traditional environment is based on the imaging process. So then it requires the on-premises infrastructure. With the on-premises infrastructure, we can use the Windows application deployment toolkits, we can use the Microsoft deployment toolkits, or else we can use the configuration manager in order to deploy the images with the traditional methods. So here you can see the tools for preparing the deployments. We can use the application deployment toolkits. You can use the Windows deployment services. You can use Microsoft deployment toolkits, MDTs you can use. Also, you can use the configuration manager for the image-based installation of the or image-based deployment on the devices. However, with the modern deployment, we can use the Windows configuration designer, or we can use the Windows Autopilot as a cloud-based, as a cloud-native solution for the devices. So this is how we have the comparison in between the Autopilot and the traditional methods. Moving on, talking about the requirements for Windows Autopilot. So when it comes to the requirement for the Windows Autopilot, the devices must have the Windows 10 or later operating system installed on the devices. The specific version of the operating system that requires on the devices is the Windows Professional. So the devices must be on Windows 10 Professional. Then only we can perform the Autopilot on the devices. So in case if the device comes with Windows 10 Home, then we cannot use the Autopilot with this device. We need to make sure that the device must have the Windows 10 Professional, Windows 10 Enterprise, or Windows 10 Education. So these are the versions required onto the devices. So this is the first prerequisite for deploying Autopilot on the devices. Then we need to make sure that the device must have the internet connectivity, because Autopilot, it's a cloud native solution. It is based on the cloud solutions. So we need to make sure that the devices must have the internet connectivity available. The devices must be connected to the internet and must have the connection to the required URLs that is required to deploy the Autopilot on the devices. And to make sure that the MDM solution is also implemented, it's also configured for the management of the devices later on. So the Windows Autopilot will configure the out-of-the-box experience on the devices. With the Windows Autopilot, we can also join the devices to the directory services. Likewise, the example here is we can join the devices as Azure AD domain join devices, or else we can join these devices as a hybrid Azure AD join device. So here, for the management of these devices, we need to make sure that we must have any MDM solution implemented with our environment. It can be Microsoft Intune, or it can be any other MDM solution. So Microsoft Intune, it's a Microsoft-based and mobile device management solution. There are some other solutions as well, like Configuration Manager, and there are some non-Microsoft providers for the MDM solutions. For example, a majorly used service is AirWatch, that is IBM Air. We have the different IBM solutions for the management of the mobile devices. But when it comes to Microsoft environments, as we are talking about Microsoft, so the Microsoft MDM solution is Microsoft Intune. So here we need to make sure that we must have the Intune or any other mobile device management solution. Although it's an optional service that we may have or we may not have, but this service is required for the later management of the devices. The devices must be registered to the organization. So here, before we start customizing the devices, before we configuring the out-of-the-box experience on the devices, we need to make sure that the device information, like the device identities, device IDs, must be uploaded to the cloud. So this is an important prerequisite that we need to complete before we setting up the Autopilot in the environment. So we need to make sure that the device specific information must be uploaded to the cloud. What do I mean by this statement? The device information, like the device identities and the device IDs, must be uploaded to the cloud. Organization must be using the Azure AD. It may be a synchronized Azure AD, where we can join the devices as a hybrid Azure AD domain join devices, or the Azure AD domain join. So we need to make sure that the devices must be using the Azure Active. Also, we need to make sure, we also need to check that which solution we are using for connecting the applications. So we can also use the Microsoft Store or Microsoft Store for Business or Microsoft Intune, so that we can connect these devices to the Azure AD. We need to make sure that we have the access to the required URLs. So these are certain prerequisites, these are certain requirements so that we can start the Windows Autopilot service. Now, let me quickly show you the demonstration of the Windows Autopilot, that how we can create the policies and how we can set up this Windows Autopilot for the out-of-the-box experience for our devices. Log into my test tenant quickly. So here I'm in the Microsoft landing page, and I'll go to the admin center. As I am a global administrator, that means I have the access to all the admin centers, and from here I can access the endpoint admin center, or else I can directly access this endpoint admin center with the URL with the URL that is endpoint.microsoft.com. So there's the direct URL. Let me show you one more thing. Previously, the Microsoft Intune was a part of Azure portal. If I add one more tab here, so this is now the new unified portal for managing the devices from Configuration Manager and from managing the devices from Intune. But previously, this the Intune portal was available with the Azure portal itself. So let me take you to the portal.azure.com. If I search Intune over here, I still find the portal, but I'll see this information that this Intune portal is now moved. So if I search for Intune here, I get the option available, but as soon as I click on Intune, it will redirect this query to the endpoint.microsoft.com. And Microsoft portal also provides this information that this Intune portal is now moved. It's directly redirecting now. But previously it used to provide this information that this Intune portal is moved to the endpoint.microsoft. So here, this is the unified portal, a cloud-based portal that allows to manage the devices from Configuration Manager and from the Intune solution as well. Now, when it comes to the Autopilot, so here for the Autopilot, we can create the policies. So here I need to click on the devices, and I need to click on the enroll devices. Under the enroll devices, we have the automatic enrollment. This general part of the Windows enrollment we'll be discussing later on. But here we are discussing the Windows Autopilot deployment program. So here I can click on the deployment profiles. Under the deployment profiles, I can create a profile for the Autopilot service. So I'll click on create profile. I can create the profile for Microsoft HoloLens. I can create the profile for the Windows PC as well. So I click on the Windows PC at the moment. I'll give the name to the policy, just giving the name as test. I can add the description as well, and I can choose the option where I can convert all the targeted devices to Autopilot. So I'll keep it to no, to the defaults, and here I can click on next. Now here I can configure the out of the box policies for my Autopilot service. So here I can choose the deployment mode as user driven or self deployment. So user driven means there are some user intervention requires on the devices. What do I mean by this user driven method? So user receive the device. After receiving the device, users needs to connect the device to the power. Then the user need to connect the device to the internet, and the user need to sign into these devices. User also need to click on the policy acceptance. So user need to click on next. User need to click on the policies itself, and we have this user driven method. That means very less user intervention is required. Okay, so we have this user driven option. We have the self deployment option as well. So we can choose these different options. Self deployment option we can use that for the zero touch devices, that provides the zero touch scenarios, and this can be used for the kiosk devices when there is no user on the devices. Otherwise we can use the deployment mode as user driven. Now it again depends upon the organization that what kind of a deployment mode they need, and based on the requirements we can select the deployment modes. We can also create a policy that how the devices will be joined to the Azure AD. Right? So we have the options available here that the devices will be joined as an Azure AD domain joined devices, or we can choose to have the hybrid Azure AD domain joined devices. So this is how we can join the devices to the Azure Active Directory. So in case if we have a synchronized environment, hybrid means we have the devices connected, or we need the devices connected to on-premises and the cloud solutions both. There we can use the hybrid Azure AD domain joined devices. Right? Then we can create the other policies showing or hiding the Microsoft software license terms for the users. So we can show, or we can select this option as hide. Right, the privacy settings, I can show or hide to the user. Hide the account options. So here I can enable the account options. I can hide the account information. This is what we usually do with our production devices. So we hide the account options so the user can log in only with a standard account. So here we can choose the user account type as a standard account we can choose, or the administrator account we can choose. However, when it comes to the user devices, the devices we are going to assign to the users, we can choose the standard account for those those users. We can also perform the pre-provision deployments. So pre-provision deployments, it's a new name now. Previously, we used to call this solution as white glove method, but now there's a change in the name. We call it pre-provisioning deployments. So pre-provisioning deployment means that the time-consuming task will be performed by the vendor, or the time-consuming task will be performed by your IT team, and the less time-consuming part will be done by your user himself or herself. Okay, so we can enable this in case if we have the IT team or the hardware vendor that will perform the time-consuming part. So time consuming part, the example of the time consuming part is, and the use case here is, let's say I have a policy that the devices must have the Windows 10 Enterprise. So there, what we can do, we can use this pre-provisioning method because this is a time-consuming process. Upgrading the operating system will take some time. So my IT team or my vendor will first upgrade the version of this Windows 10 device from professional to enterprise with this pre-provisioning deployments. White glove method previously we used to call it. So there are vendors like Lenovo, Dell, they provide this pre-provisioning services as well. So they will complete the time-consuming part like the upgrading of the operating system, and then the less time-consuming part like connecting the devices to Azure AD, joining devices to the MDM solution, that will be done by the user. So here, in case if we have any vendor, we can enable this pre-provisioning deployments. We can select the language and the region as system default, or we can create our own policies in here. Automatically configuration of the keyboard, we can configure it. The device name template. So some of the organization, they have certain policies for the device naming. Here I can apply the device naming templates as well. So this way I can create a policy for the Windows Autopilot, right? I can go next. Then I can perform the assignments where I can include the groups. I can exclude the groups for this profile. I can include this assignment for all the devices for the groups as well. Then I can go next. I can review my policy and I can create this policy. So this is about the options we have with the Windows Autopilot, so that we can configure the out-of-the-box experience for the devices. We can transform the devices into the business-ready devices without touching the devices. When it comes to upgrading the version of the operating system from professional to enterprise, there is no touch required on the devices. Even we don't need to reboot the devices. So without even rebooting the devices, we can upgrade the version from professional to enterprise on the devices. So this is the options available, and this way the devices can be joined. So how we can reach to this autopilot? We here need to log into the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Need to click on the devices. Under the devices, need to click on enroll devices. With the enroll devices, we have the different options available here, like senior validation, enrollment status page. We have the automatic enrollment. These options we'll be discussing later on. But here the autopilot comes with the deployment profiles. Here I can create the deployment profile for the autopilot, and with this autopilot profile, we can deploy the operating system to the devices. The way we deploy the operating system to the devices using the MDTs, Microsoft Deployment Toolkits, right? With the configuration manager, with the on-premises infrastructure, there we use the image-based installation. But with the Windows Autopilot, we use the cloud-based solution for the deployment of the operating system on the devices. And then once the device is configured with the operating system, then we can join the devices to Azure, or else we can enroll the devices with the MDM solution like Microsoft Intune, so that we can then later on control the features and settings on the devices. Okay, so as you can see on the prerequisites for the autopilot is that the devices must have Windows 10 or later pre-installed. The version should be Windows 10 Professional, Windows 10 Enterprise, or Windows 10 Education. Some of the organization, they have a policy that the corporate resources can be accessed only and only from the Windows 10 Enterprise. So there, this autopilot plays an important role to upgrade or to change the version of the devices from professional to enterprise. Okay, now this is how we prepare the device IDs for the autopilot. So first, at the very first step, we need to upload the device IDs to Windows Autopilot service to the cloud. So here it can be done by the vendor from where we are purchasing the devices. Let's say the vendor is Lenovo. So Lenovo first need to upload the device IDs to my Windows Autopilot service. So the hardware vendor needs to upload the device IDs. It can be your internal IT team as well. right? Existing devices, that part we'll discuss later on. First, we are discussing for the brand new devices. So let's say brand new devices I'm purchasing from a hardware vendor. This hardware vendor needs to upload the device IDs to the Windows Autopilot service. Now, the user who received this device, the user need to unbox the device, need to connect the device to the power source, also connect the device to the internet, and then they need to sign in with their Azure AD identities, right? So the profile that I have created with the Windows Autopilot, that profile will be deployed on the device itself. So here the user can use this self-deployment method or the zero-touch deployment method. There with this self-deployment method, user just need to sign into the device with their Azure AD identities, need to make sure that the proper licenses, proper permissions must be assigned on the identities, and the autopilot profile, whatsoever profile I have configured with the autopilot will be configured on this device. This is in the brand new device scenario, right? So here we need to create a deployment profile with the Windows Autopilot service, and then as soon as the users sign into this device with their Azure AD identities, the profile will be configured on the devices. Like the standard account will be enabled, the device will be joined to Azure AD, or the device will be joined to the hybrid Azure AD, right? And the device will be enrolled to the MDM. Then the configuration profiles will be uploaded to the devices. The configurations, the settings will be controlled on the devices. That's what we usually do with our corporate owned devices. So this way, the Windows Autopilot will be configured for the brand new devices. Now, how we can use and what are the use case so that we can use the Windows Autopilot for our existing devices? When it comes to the existing devices, we manually need to upload the device IDs to the Microsoft Windows Autopilot service, and once the device ID is uploaded, then we can perform the autopilot reset on our existing devices. So let's say previously we have the traditional environment like configuration manager, group policies to manage the devices of my organization, and these devices are the corporate owned devices. Now with the cloud infrastructure, I need to make sure that all the devices must have the baseline policies, must have the baseline configuration applied. So here I can upload my existing device IDs to the autopilot, and then I can create a profile. Once the profile is configured, I can perform the autopilot reset on the devices. So the baseline policies, the baseline configuration policies will be applied to the devices. It can be used in the scenarios where I'm assigning a device to a different user. So previously this device is assigned to a user and the previous user left the organization. Now I'm going to assign this device to a new user. So first, before assigning this device to this new user, I want to make sure that all the data will be removed from the previous user, and to make sure that the device must have the baseline corporate policies. So there I can perform the autopilot reset for my existing devices before handovering this device to a new user. And once this autopilot reset is done, the autopilot profile will be configured, the operating system will be deployed as per the policies, and then the device can be assigned to a different user. Make sense? For the existing and for the new devices with Windows Autopilot. So this is how we can prepare the device IDs for the autopilot. The device registration and the out-of-the-box customization will be performed with the two different steps. First of all, as I showcased you, we need to create a Windows Autopilot deployment profile. So a profile is required. So here we need to go to the settings and we can apply the settings to these devices. So profile we need to create the one that I have showcased in the portal itself. Once you create the profile will be uploaded as per the autopilot scenarios, and it totally depends upon the users themselves. So there, once the profile is created, then with the step 2, we can apply the deployment profile. So once we apply the deployment profile, the Windows Autopilot will manage the setup phase on the devices, and this autopilot takes the control of the out-of-the-box customization, and the setup phase will be deployed, and we can transform the devices into the business-ready devices. No admin touch, no admin intervention is required on these devices. We have two options available: the user-driven and the self-deployment method. So it's the admin choice to configure the devices. Basically, when we have a user, if we work on the devices, we choose the user-driven mode, and then we have the devices that we need to configure for the as in kiosk devices or the shared devices. When there is no dedicated user on the devices, there we can use the self-deployment methods. Basically, the self-deployment methods we majorly use on the kiosk devices, and there is no dedicated SSC. So with the self-deployment method, a very less intervention is required. We just need to power on the device. We just need to connect the device to the internet. That's it. Then the autopilot service will pick up the device IDs and will configure the operating system to the devices. Will configure the policies and settings. Also will enroll the devices to the Microsoft Intune as an MDM solution. Okay. Now this is how we have the Autopilot screen for the out of the box experience. So here what we have, this is the default out of the box setup. So this is the default phase where the user will be prompted to sign in with their Microsoft account. And here on this screen, the user need to authenticate themselves with their Azure identities. They can click on next and the out of the box will be configured on the devices. Basically, the Windows Autopilot out of the box profile will be configured on the devices. However, we can customize the out of the box setup with Windows Autopilot. So with Windows Autopilot, we can configure the login page as per my organization name. So here the user will see the organization name over here. The user will be prompted to enter the Azure AD email, the Azure AD identity, and the password here. So user can enter the username, then click on next. Then the user will be prompted to enter the password. It will perform the real-time authentication for the user. It will check the services and the licenses the user have, and then the out-of-the-box setup will be performed with the Windows Autopilot. So there's the default out of the box. This is what we usually see when we purchase the devices, and this is we see when we configure the out of the box experience with Windows Autopilot, where we can customize the login screen as per the organization requirements, or we can configure the organization name. Talking about the dynamic provisioning methods. So the questions you asked about the subscription activation or upgrading the operating system from professional to enterprise, that is completely depending upon the subscriptions. So we need to make sure that the user must have the valid license for the subscription activation. So when the device have Windows 10 Professional, and when we signing in to the devices with the Azure identities, where in the Azure identities I have the license activated for Windows 10 Enterprise, then the subscription will be activated directly on the cloud. Because now, starting with Windows 10, Windows is available as a service also. So Windows 10, Windows 11 available with the subscriptions itself, and the subscription will be activated, and we can change the edition of the Windows from professional to enterprise. The subscription can be activated also in the scenarios of home to professional, but there we need to purchase the subscription from Microsoft. But when it comes to the enterprise environments, in the enterprise environments, we majorly use the enterprise edition of Windows. So, and most of the times when we purchase the brand new devices, these devices comes with Windows 10 Professional. So with the subscription activation, we can first activate this license, and as soon as the user sign in with their Azure AD identities to the devices, the edition of the Windows can be changed. Edition of the Windows can be upgraded, and with the Autopilot, we don't need to reboot the devices, and the devices can be upgraded. Also, with the subscription activation, let's say I have my device, and this was my personal device that I'm using for work. So I activated the subscription of Windows 10 Enterprise. Now this device have the Windows 10 Enterprise, but I left the old. So then I can roll back my device back to Windows 10 Professional. So as soon as the subscription is deactivated, the devices can be rolled back to the previous edition of the operating system. We have the dynamic provisioning methods with the mobile device management. So we can automatically enroll the existing devices so that we can apply the configuration profiles, and the applications can be installed automatically to the devices. Just keep it for the reference. We still did not cover the module of the mobile device management. So the mobile device management allows us so that we can automatically enroll the existing devices, and these existing devices can be enrolled with the MDM solution, and the configuration profiles will be deployed. Basically, the configuration profiles we use so that we can control the features and settings on the devices. The examples are like blocking the Bluetooth on the devices, blocking the application store, blocking the control panel. So these configuration and settings can be deployed on the devices with the mobile device management solutions. We also have the provisioning packages. So we can deploy the provisioning packages. We can apply the configuration settings to the Windows devices with the removable media. So in case there are some limitations on the bandwidth, there may be some remote areas where we'll be using the devices where we may have some sites. So there we can apply the manual configuration of the Windows devices. There we can use the flash drives, the storage devices like external storage devices and all, so that we can download the operating system or the configuration profiles directly onto the devices. Now, talking about the scenarios we have with Windows Autopilot. So Autopilot, it's a user-driven mode. So Autopilot supports the user-driven mode where very less user intervention is required onto the devices. So user need to accept the policies after signing in, and user need to click on some next prompts, and the devices will be configured with Autopilot. We have the Windows Autopilot self-deployment mode. Majorly, we use this self-deployment mode on the kiosk devices where we don't have any dedicated admin, we don't have a dedicated user, and this self-deployment mode does not require any user intervention on the devices. Autopilot we can use for the existing devices. We have discussed the use cases that where we can use the autopilot for the existing devices. We can use the Windows Autopilot for the white glove deployment. So previously we used to call this feature as white glove, but now we call this feature as pre-provisioning. With the provisioning, as I said, the time-consuming part will be done by your administrators, by your IT team, or by the vendor, and the less time-consuming part, like connecting the devices or installing the devices, will be done by the user. The time-consuming part, once again, just to give you the idea, the upgrading of the operating system, changing the version of the operating system will be done by your vendor or by your IT. We have the Windows Autopilot reset. So the autopilot reset can be done when we are sending this device to a different user, or when we have certain kind of the challenges or issues on the devices, then again we can perform the autopilot reset. So the devices will be taken back to the original autopilot configuration. So the remote actions can be performed. With this autopilot reset, we don't need to have any access to the devices. Like physical access is not required. We can perform the autopilot reset that is on the remote based actions. So we can perform this autopilot reset directly from the browser itself. Okay, so these are the scenarios we have for the autopilot troubleshooting. Here we have the basic troubleshootings, because in some cases you might face some challenges with the Windows Autopilot. So when we are troubleshooting the Windows Autopilot, we need to make sure that the user must have the Azure AD and Microsoft Intune licenses assigned. We need to make sure that the user must have the licenses assigned. Also, we need to make sure that the devices have the valid and a working internet connection. When it comes to the out of the box screens, or when it comes to the out of the box customization, we need to make sure that the user must sign in with their Azure AD identities, right? Also, we need to make sure was the device is able to join the Azure AD or not, because this is the first step. And with the Windows Autopilot will be first joining the devices to Azure AD, maybe with a cloud only Azure AD, or maybe with the hybrid Azure AD. Also, we need to make sure was the device able to enroll to any MDM solution like Microsoft Intune or any equivalent MDM solution. Okay, so these are the troubleshootings, and with the basic troubleshootings, we can troubleshoot these scenarios with autopilot. The autopilot will not work in the condition when the device is not booting up, when the device have the two screens. So in case if there is any BSOD errors, or if the device is not booting up with the basic Windows or with the base operating system, then we cannot use the Windows autopilot. In those cases, we first need to remake the device with the operating system, and then only we can use the autopilot. So basically, the devices that I'm going to manage with Windows Autopilot, the devices must have the basic operating system like the Windows 10 Professional installed on the devices, and we need to make sure that the devices and the operating system is a validated and an activated version. Talking about the Windows Autopilot, so we can troubleshoot the autopilot out of the box issues. In case if there is any out of the box issues happening on the devices, we can also troubleshoot the Azure AD domain joined devices. So we need to make sure that the devices are connecting to Azure AD. We need to make sure that we have the policies implemented so the users can join their devices to Azure AD. We need to make sure that the user have the permissions so the users can join these devices to Azure AD, because we can create a policy where the certain users or a group of users can only join their devices to Azure AD. So we need to make sure.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
That the user have the permission so the users can join their devices to Azure AD. We also need to make sure that there should be no enrollment issues. So we also need to troubleshoot the enrollment issues on the devices in case if the device is not getting enrolled to the MDM solution. We can also troubleshoot the device report. So as soon as the device is enrolled to any MDM solution, a sync engine will begin on the device, and this sync engine will sync all the device details like the hardware information, the software information, the operating system information, the application information to the Intune portal. So when we'll be working on the device management, I'll be showing you that how this sync engine will begin on the devices and will sync the device details to the portal of Intune. Okay. but just keep it for the reference that we also need to make sure that the device details must be imported to the cloud. So this is about the Windows Autopilot. We'll be now moving towards the next topic for the day, that is managing updates using analytics. What are the different analytics services we'll be using with the cloud solution? So here we'll be discussing the different options available for updating the operating system, because from time to time we see the updates coming from the provider of the operating system, and these updates we install to our corporate devices. Now, so in some cases, before applying the updates, we also need to test the updates with our testing environment, and then after have a complete test on the updates, we can roll out the updates to our production devices, because maybe these production devices working on a critical application, and maybe these are the line of business application, and these applications are very important for the business. If the applications not compatible with the updates, there may be a loss in the production. To avoid these losses in the productions, we basically test the updates. We basically manage the updates to our corporate devices. So how in the cloud environment we can manage these updates, and what are the different update options we have? This is something we are going to discuss with this module itself. So this module, with this module, we are going to discuss about the updating of Windows clients. So here we're talking about the ways of updating the Windows clients. We'll be discussing the Microsoft Cloud service for updating the Windows devices. That this service we call as Windows Update for Business. Here we'll be discussing about the introduction to desktop analytics. So here we're discussing about the desktop analytics. Also, we'll be discussing about the endpoint analytics, because the Microsoft also announced that they are going to deprecate this desktop analytics, and the successor to this desktop analytics is the endpoint analytics. Previously, before the desktop analytics, we used to have the Windows analytics. So later on, the Windows analytics deprecated, and the successor to the Windows analytics was desktop analytics. But by the end of this year, the desktop analytics is also going to deprecate. Let's start with the lesson one. The lesson is about updating the Windows clients. Talking about the introduction for this lesson, here we're going to discuss about the different servicing options and the channels we have to our Windows devices. Here we'll be discussing the different methods for applying the updates to the Windows devices. Here we're discussing about the Windows update settings, and we can use the group policies for the Windows updates. And here we're discussing about the overview of the Windows Insider program. Now let's talk about the servicing options and the channels. So there are two types of updates that we see to our Windows 10 devices. Right? We have the updates for the other operating system based devices, but here we are talking about the Microsoft devices. So when it comes to the Microsoft devices, we have the two type of the updates. So we have feature updates. The feature updates brings new feature to the same operating system. Now, previously Microsoft, not previously, before Windows 10, we used to receive the feature updates for the old operating systems like Windows 7, Windows Vista, and the Windows 8 as well. But there we used to receive the feature updates in every 2 or 3 years. But now with the Windows 10, Microsoft has started a service called WAAS, that is stands for Windows as a Service. Now with this Windows as a Service, now the feature updates are available with a cadence of 6 months. Nowadays, we receive with the Windows 10 and Windows 11, we receive the feature updates in every twice in a year. In every 6 months, majorly, we receive the feature updates. The feature updates brings new feature to the same operating system. So the feature updates will be available twice in a year, starting with Windows 10, with Windows as a Service. Then we have the quality updates as well. The quality updates we have, and with the quality updates, it brings the security updates, patches, and the fixes to the same operating system. From time to time, we receive the quality updates. So feature updates will receive twice in a year, and the quality updates by design, by default, we receive once in a month. Majorly, these quality updates will be installed once in a month. That happens on the second Tuesday of the month. However, in a production environment, we can control the updates, because in a production environment, we may need to delay the updates. Maybe we need to test the updates with our testing team, with the update testing team, and then we may deploy these updates to the production devices. So how we can control these updates? So these updates can be controlled through the servicing channels. So we have these servicing channels available as Windows Insider Program, General Availability Channel, and the Semi-Annual Channel as well. So here we have the servicing channels and we have the deployment rings. The deployment rings available as Preview, Broad, and Critical. Let's talk about the options available for delaying the updates. So with the Windows Insider Program, basically the Windows Insider Program we need to join from the operating system itself. As soon as we join the Windows Insider Program, the user or the device will receive the early updates. So user will receive the early updates. Basically, the beta updates will be installed, and Microsoft will collect the feedback from the users who are subscribed for this Windows Insider Program, and based on their feedbacks, the next update phase will be deployed. But there is no option of delaying the feature updates and the quality updates with Windows Insider Program, because this Windows Insider Program is designed to push the early updates to the devices. Then we have the ring as broad. With the broad, we have the update channel as General Availability Channel. Now with this channel, the users will receive the updates and they can also defer the updates. That means with the General Availability Channel, the feature updates will be available twice in a year. The quality updates will be available once in a month. However, we have the options available so that we can defer the updates. So with the General Availability Channel, the updates can be deferred by 120 days when it comes to the feature updates, and the quality updates can be deferred a maximum of 7 to a minimum minimum 7 and maximum 14 days supported for deferring the quality updates. Then we have the semi-annual channel. With the semi-annual channel, we can defer the quality updates by 180 days maximum, and the quality updates can be deferred by 30 days. So these are the options available for Windows servicing and the channels. What are the different methods of applying updates to Windows? So we have Windows Update. So Windows Update available in the setting application itself. Under the Windows Update, the users can see the updates available, and from there they can also install these updates to their devices. So this is Windows Update from the setting application we majorly use for the personal devices. But when it comes to the business owned devices or the corporate devices, we can also use the other update options. One of the very known option is the Windows Server Update Service. Actually, it's a centralized server that we can deploy for managing the updates. This server will receive the updates to a centralized server, and this centralized server will be used to push the updates to the group of the devices. So in the production environments, we can use this centralized server. But see, this server comes with additional infrastructure because you need to deploy this server on your on-premises environment, and then you can control the updates. However, for the corporate devices, we have a cloud-based solution for managing the updates. There we can manage the updates with Windows Update for Business as well. So we have the Windows Update for Business as a cloud-based solution. And with this Windows Update for Business, we can also manage and we can control the updates to the devices. Now we can also control the updates from the Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager. So with the Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager, we can create the update policies, and through the update policies, we can manage the updates with the Endpoint Configuration Manager, and we can also manage the updates with Microsoft Intune. So these are the methods available to apply the updates to our Windows devices. Applying the updates to the Windows devices, it's also critical because the updates needs to be tested first, and the updates may be compatible or may not be compatible with the application that we are using. So we need to make sure that the updates are well managed, and we have the policies for applying the updates to our Windows devices. Now talking about Windows update settings, so you can go into this settings application. Under the setting application, we have the option available for the Windows update. You can see your update history here. You can change your active hours. So the updates will be installed in the off working hours. You can view the update history. You can see that how in the past the updates was installed. You can also run a check for the update. Also, you can check that whether your system is up to date or not. So this can be done manually by the Windows Update settings. It's a part of settings applications. Then talking about the overview of the Windows Insider for Business. So Windows Insider for Business, it's a program that we can join. And this is again available in the Windows settings application under the update and security. So here the users can join the Windows Insider program. As soon as they join the Windows Insider program, they can receive the early updates. They will receive the preview builds of the Windows 10, and they can also provide their feedback to make the updates better or to make the future updates better. So this way, you can join the Windows Insider for Business, and this Windows Insider for Business brings the beta updates or the early updates to your Windows 10 or to your Windows 11 devices. Very short lesson about the Windows updates. Now, with the lesson 2 here, we'll be moving towards the Windows Update for Business. Now, with this lesson, we're discussing about the Windows Update for Business. As I said, that this is one of the options available for managing the updates in our production environments. So here we'll be discussing about the Windows Update for Business overview. We're discussing about the configuration of Windows Update for Business. Here we have a demonstration. I'll be helping you to understand the configuration of the update settings in Intune. And here we'll be discussing about the scenarios where we can use the Windows Update for Business. Talking about the Windows Update for Business overview. So Windows Update for Business is a cloud service. It's a cloud solution for managing the updates. So the features we have with the Windows Update for Business is that we can perform the updates for the internal deployment groups. So we can perform the updates, we can push the updates for the internal groups for the organization. We can perform the Windows maintenance. It provides the peer-to-peer delivery. That means the updates will be installed to the peer-to-peer devices with the peer-to-peer delivery-based solutions. It can be integrated with our existing tools like Microsoft Intune or configuration management or with group policies. We also have the support for the semi-annual channel. The semi-annual channel, as I said, the updates will be pushed twice in a year. We can also have the options where we can test the upgrades with our hardwares and with our applications, and then we can roll out these upgrades to the devices. There are 3 types of the updates we have. Basically, majorly 2 types of the updates we have, as we discussed previously. The feature updates and the quality updates. We also have the non-deliverable updates. These are the mandatory updates, right? So these different updates we can manage through the Windows Update for Business. Now, how we can configure the Windows Update for Business? So there are different number of steps. Those are required to get this Windows Update for Business started in the environment. So here we can first create a group of the devices, because we may have the devices. These devices may be used by the different users working in different departments, working in different projects. So here we can create the group of the devices. We can select the appropriate servicing option, like the semi-annual channel, annual channel, or the Windows Insider for Business. So there we need to select the appropriate servicing option. We can configure the devices when to receive the feature and the quality updates. We can also control the Windows Insider builds as well. So this way we can configure the Windows Update for Business over here. Now, how we can use Microsoft Intune? So we can use this Microsoft Intune so that we can configure the Windows Update for Business. So I can log into the Microsoft Intune, and here in the Intune we have the option available for the software updates. Under the software updates, I can choose the Windows 10 update rings, or I can select I can create the policies for the Windows 11 update rings, because now Microsoft have also introduced the Windows 11, and Windows 11 is also available as an in-place upgrade. So in case if the organization upgraded their operating systems from Windows 10 to 11, they can create the policies for the Windows update rings. So I can create the policies, and here I can define that which servicing option will be deployed on the devices and how the feature updates and the quality updates will be pushed onto the devices over here. Now talking about the third lesson here, this third lesson, it's about introduction to the desktop analytics. Microsoft have already announced that by the end of this year, they'll be deprecating this feature of desktop analytics. But as of now, this feature is available, and this feature was a successor to Windows Analytics. Previously, we have the Windows Analytics. Then the Windows Analytics updated to the desktop analytics. So here we'll be discussing the introduction the overview of the desktop analytics we'll be discussing. Now, talking about the overview of the desktop analytics. So we'll be discussing that what is the concept of the desktop analytics. Here we'll be configuring the desktop analytics. We'll be discussing about the compatibility assessments, the health status monitoring, monitoring the updates, and the deployment plan. Let's talk about the overview of the desktop analytics. So basically, the desktop analytics, it's a cloud-based service, and it can be integrated with our existing tools like configuration management, right? And here, once we have the desktop analytics configured, we can create the inventory of the devices and the applications. Now, why do we need to create an inventory of the devices and applications? Maybe we have a plan to upgrade our operating system from Windows 10 to Windows 11. When we planning this upgrade, we first need to test that what is the current inventory, what is the inventory of the current devices, what are the hardwares in use, and what are the applications we have installed onto the devices. Based on the current inventory, we can build our plan for the next upgrade from the example is here, like from Windows 10 to Windows 11. So we can can help us in creating the inventory so that we can understand the devices, the number of the devices and the applications. Also, we can test whether the hardware of the devices are compatible with Windows 11 or not. Also, we can test the applications compatibility. So here it provides the applications compatibility with the latest updates and with the latest upgrades as well. We can also identify the compatibility issues in case if the next update or the next upgrade is not compatible. It also provides the information about the mitigations so that we can mitigate, we can fix the issues with our devices before rolling out the updates. We can also create and deploy the Windows to the pilot production management devices. So with the desktop analytics, we can also perform the updates and the upgrades to the pilot teams. So we'll first test the updates with our pilot devices, we'll collect their feedback, and then we can choose to roll out this update to our production departments. And this was a successor to the Windows Analytics. And by the end of this year, by I believe November or by December, this desktop analytics feature will be deprecated also. Then we have the successful desktop analytics that we call as endpoint analytics, right? So here we have this desktop analytics. It's a cloud-based solution for managing the updates. Okay. Now talking about configuration of the desktop analytics. So it requires the Windows Azure, where we can use this desktop analytics on a Windows Azure cloud service, or it can be integrated with the configuration manager that requires the version 1902 or later. It supports with Windows 8.1 and Windows 10 with the licensed user. As it's a cloud service, so we need to make sure that the devices have the internet connectivity. We need to make sure that the Windows diagnostics data enabled onto the devices with the minimum basics or with the enhanced, that is also recommended because it needs to create the inventory of the devices and the applications. We have the setup wizard in the desktop analytics portal itself, and we can here the desktop analytics can be connected to the configuration manager via the cloud service. So in case if we have the configuration manager configured in the environment, there we can integrate the configuration manager with desktop analytics as well. Compatibilities assessments. So the desktop analytics provides the compatibility assessments that will be categorized as low, medium, and high. This is the compatibility assessments for the next updates, that how the updates are compatible. So they will be categorized as low, medium, and high. We have the data. Microsoft will use the data from the Microsoft known issues in case if any known issues occur with the updates. So here we can see the information about the known issues of the updates with our operating system. It also provides the Windows catalog and the custom adoption data. So Microsoft also collects the information from the users. So the next update will be designed as per the user feedback. So here the compatibility assessments can be done on the Windows catalog, and it can be pushed as per the customer adoption data. It provides the additional insights where we can see the applications and the inventory of the devices, the hardwares before rolling out the updates to our devices. It provides the health monitoring services. So we can see the information about the percentage of the devices with crashes. So in case if the devices are crashing with the BSOD errors, so this health status monitoring provides the information about the percentage of the devices that have the ESOD or that have the Windows crashes. Also, we have the information about the sessions of the applications with crashes. In case if the application is crashing, so with the health monitoring service, we can identify the percentage of the sessions with crashes. We can also have a comparison before updating the operating system or the after updating the operating system. So this health monitoring services also provides the information about the comparisons before and after updating the operating system updates. We have the reports also available. So we have the reports and the alternative versions with the relative crashes. Those are also available. We can also review the information about the most frequent failures, and we can also get the information about the recent crash information. So the desktop analytics provides the health status monitoring of the devices with all these different features. Now, the successor to this to the desktop analytics is the endpoint analytics. Let's talk about the concept of this endpoint analytics. So here we're discussing the overview of the endpoint analytics. We'll be discussing here about the monitoring of the startup performance and the restarts. Here we'll be discussing about the monitoring the applications reliabilities. Here we'll be discussing about the endpoint analytics, how we can use it for monitoring the transitioning towards the modern management. Right. Let's also discuss that what is the modern management. So modern management, it's not only the adoption of the cloud services. Yes, the adoption of the cloud services, it's the modern management, but it's not only the concept of modern management. Modern management, it's also the integration of the cloud services. So when we set up the co-management, when we configure the hybrid environments, that also the first step towards the modern management. Right. So here, let's talk about the endpoint analytics overview. So the endpoint analytics overview provides the information about the general user experiences. So here it can identify the hardwares we are using in our cloud service. We need to install the devices here, and as soon as the device is installed, we can review the information about the hardwares we have on the devices, and we can review the policies that may impact the performance of the devices. We can also understand the application performance and the reliabilities. So the in case we are going to update the operating system, there we need to test the application performance and the reliabilities. It can also provide the information about the Windows 11 readiness. So let's say the organization thinking towards the Windows 11 upgrades. So the endpoint analytics provides the information whether the devices are ready to Windows 11 or not, whether the devices are compatible, the applications are compatible or not. Basically, the devices those runs on Windows 8, Windows 10, those devices are majorly compatible with the Windows 11 as well. But here in the production environment, we don't assume. We basically test the things and then we can roll out. So here it provides the information whether the devices are ready for the Windows 11 upgrades or not. It also provides the information about the cloud capabilities adoptions, whether the environment is ready for the cloud capabilities or not. The requirements, the devices must be enrolled to the Microsoft Intune or can be enrolled with configuration manager. The configuration manager requires the devices to be attached with the tenant. What do I mean by this statement? With this statement, I need to make sure in case if the devices are managed by the configuration manager, we need to enroll those devices with tenant, and there with the tenant, we need to enroll the devices with the endpoint analytics. Here, we may have the devices joined as Azure AD, the pure cloud joined devices, or we may have the devices as the hybrid Azure AD joined devices. And here, the configuration manager is not mandatory; it's an optional kind of the scenario that we can use that we can use with the endpoint analytics. Talking about monitoring the startup performance, so the endpoint analytics also provides the information about the monitoring of the startup performance of the devices. So we can review the complete startup process, the complete startup performances, where we can measure the boot in time and the sign in time for the devices. We can also review the impact from the hardware and the policies. We can also understand, we can review, we can collect the reports about the restart frequencies. We can see the information about the normal and the abnormal restarts. And we can see the detailed device information with the Microsoft endpoint analytics. We can also monitor the application reliabilities with the endpoint analytics. So here we have the reliability of the score of the applications. So the devices have when the devices enroll to this endpoint analytics, so the application reliability scores will be given. So the application reliability score will be given based on the crash frequencies, or when the applications are failure, or when the applications are failing, or when the applications are crashing. Right? It is completely focused on the applications with the significant usage, about the way how the users using these applications. Here it also provides you the information about the comparison against the applications and the operating system versions. Now you can view by the applications or by the devices. So we have the view available that can be viewed with the applications or by the devices. Talking about monitoring the transitioning to the modern management. So the endpoint analytics help us to identify where the cloud technologies are being used or where the cloud technologies are not being used. We can also see the recommendations for maximizing the benefits and the capabilities. We can also view which devices can be upgraded to Windows 11 and what are the requirements for the non-capable devices when the device is not compatible with Windows 11. So this endpoint analytics provides this complete information so that we can also perform our transitioning to the modern management. Also, it can provide information whether my hardware is ready to upgrade to Windows 11 or not. So this is about this module. This is about the presentation part for the day. So just to show you one more demonstration about the Windows updates to the devices. So here I'm in the Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, and here I can control or I can create the policies for the updates, right? So we discussed about the different update rings, how we can perform the updates to the devices. So this is the option available for creating the update rings for Windows 10 and later. We can create the policies for the feature updates. We can create the quality updates as well. So let's say I want to create some policies for the feature updates. If you remember, the feature updates will be rolled out twice in a year, and that brings new features to the devices. So here I can create the feature update policies. I can give the name to this policy, right? And I can choose the future deployment settings. So here I can select the feature updates to be deployed to these range of the devices for the Windows 10 with version 21H2, with Windows 11 as well, and I can select the version of the operating system here. Then I can choose the rollout option, that how the feature updates will be rolled out to the devices. So I can select from these options like making update available as soon as the updates are possible, right? So I can select the update for the Windows 10 devices, and the updates will be available as soon as the updates are available from the Microsoft. We can also make the update available on a specific date. So on this specific date, I can select the first available date. So this update will be rolled out on this date only, right? Or else we can choose the option where we can make the update available gradually. So here I can select the first group availability, that the first group of the devices will get the updates on this date, and the final group availability on the date. And I can define the days in between the groups as well, in case if we have multiple groups for the updates. This is for the feature updates. We have the options available for the quality updates. So here the same way I can create the profile for the quality updates, and this way I can give the name to my policy. I can add the description here, and I can define the number of days to wait before the restart is enforced onto the devices after rolling the quality updates, right? And I can create the policy for installation of the quality updates if the device operating system is less than these devices, right? So this way we can create the quality updates and the feature updates for our devices, and these updates we can manage through the Endpoint Manager Admin Center. We also have the update rings. So update ring policies I can also create from this Endpoint Manager Admin Center. Again, I can give the name of the policy, and then I can choose my update rings, right? So Microsoft product updates, I can choose to allow a block. Windows drivers, I can choose allow a block. I can also define the differ for the quality updates and the feature updates. As we discussed that with the update channels, with the update rings, we can differ the quality updates and the feature updates, right? So this way we can configure the update rings for the Windows 10 and later devices. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.